Welcome back, everyone. We're going to get started on the science panel. So if people could start to take your seat.
Good, healthy conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We wish you all on the screen were here. We're having some great conversations in the back about connectivity and what that means to be reconnecting, both here in person today and also what that means to have large-scale landscape connectivity across this landscape. So we're excited to be having this conversation today. So our next panel is going to be presenting the newly released science for this region, Southwest Washington, the coastal Washington landscape around habitat connectivity. So we're excited to be talking to you all today. Later, probably early next week, I'll be sending over a resource guide that's going to stem from the conversations we're having today around connectivity. In that resource guide, there'll be all sorts of links around resources to look at, and one of those is this newly released science report for habitat connectivity for Southwest Washington. We're excited to have this panel here today. One thing I wanted to also mention is that beyond just today, I keep talking to the room and not to you all, is that this is the beginning of a conversation around what we can be doing to implement connectivity in this particular region. So we're excited to be starting that conversation with you all. So beyond the science, we're going to be moving into policy later today and talking about what can we be doing to enhance connectivity for Southwest Washington. We encourage you to ask questions of the panelists today. We encourage you to just ask questions around what does connectivity look like for Southwest Washington. I'll be moderating in the chat, so feel free to put your questions into the chat for those who are online. Those in the room, feel free to ask your questions of the panelists as we move into the question and answer session after the panelists present. So please feel free to ask any and all questions. This is an open conversation, so we want you to be encouraged to voice opinions, talk about what that means to the connectivity, the science, what that means to you, and to ask the questions that you that come to mind when you're hearing what the panelists are saying. So I encourage you all to be vocal in the chat and be vocal in the room. So thank you.
Share the screen. Well, good morning. Welcome. Thank you for giving us time on the agenda today. It's a pleasure to be here with both Brian and Alan to talk about science, why connectivity is important as a concept and in this region, and how we can use science for talking about landscape scale priorities. And I'm going to help lead this group and frame it. But before we get started, I want to thank you, give a thank you to William and Daniel. I thought they really brought a special tone to this conversation and a reminder about the wisdom of traditional knowledge and how it can be married with Western science so that we do things right going forward. I mean, in a way, my thought is the science that we're going to present is pretty much Western based, looks sort of at breaking things down and laying out lines. And I want to make sure we don't, continue some of the problems of engineered environmental solutions going forward. And my encouragement to William and Dan is to stay with us, not just open our session, but maybe be during our session, at the end of our session, sort of keep that centered, because we're really good at building systems. But look what that's done for us, right? With climate change and highways, and endangered species listings, et cetera. We really need to do things in a better way. And I feel like in the course of time, we're transitioning from like stopping the bad to really building a better future. Connectivity is a part of that, and traditional knowledge and indigenous peoples and what they've brought over time in terms of resiliency is really an important part of that equation. And I'm really thrilled that you're here and hope that you are able to continue to guide and direct our efforts. So thank you again for helping open the session. So I'm going to start this off here with just a couple of slides.
There you go.
The overview of this session really is in three parts. I'm going to provide just some big picture concepts largely drawn from the event that we held last week where we were rolling out some of the science on a webinar, talk a little bit about our partnership and our role. But the most important part really is the connectivity science products. Brian's going to present. We'll have about 20-25 minutes of his presentation, looking at the working group, their approach to modeling, the products and what they mean. And then we'll ask Alan Yanahan with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to talk about public access. How can the public access this information, the science, the maps, and that type of thing. And then we're going to reserve some time at the end for Q&A and discussion. And we'll just keep it sort of a conversational discussion. And so again, feel free to use the chat and those of you in the room to engage with the presenters. And this is an awkward setup because we're looking at the screen at our own slides. We don't see you online, but we know that you're there. And then all the people that are here are behind us. So excuse us for turning around every now and then.
I think just use a roller.
Scroll this.
Yeah, I see.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. I got it.
There we go. First, I'd like to just talk a little bit about the Cascades to Coast Landscape Collaborative and acknowledge our leadership team. Several people are here today, Paula Swedin, Jeff Azarad, and Alan. I'm going to talk a word or two about this partnership and our role in this event. We are sort of a grassroots, locally led partnership that focuses on connected networks, resilient ecosystems, and collaboration across Western Washington and Western Oregon. We're really focused on looking 15, 20 years down the road, saying what important values do we want to sustain in this region over time? What are the stressors to those values, whether it's climate change or development or growth, and how can we take steps now to ensure that those values exist in the future? So again, we're a non-regulatory group. We convene sort of informally and have a small budget, but we are very interested in promoting spatial designs, landscape scale maps, and spatial designs that help the region move towards a resilient and connected series of actions. In the top, this is our theory of change. In the top left, you see that we face as a region a number of challenges such as invasive species, climate, development, siloed decision making. And those are impacting things that we care about. On the top of this chart, you see the things that are commonly held community values, such as fish and wildlife use and fish and wildlife recovery, connected habitats, productive farms and forests, collaborative, locally based decision making, vibrant rural communities. And that if we are working together, sharing information, and truly engaging each other around these challenges, we can create more resilient landscapes for the future. And we do this as a partnership with the CCLC, both by bringing people together around projects and geographies to help develop solutions, and on the right-hand side, mapping collective values. We've built a mapping system and it's available online, subject for another discussion. But in those maps, or on that spatial system, we're trying to capture landscape scale priorities for connectivity, for working farms and forests, for species and habitats. And it's in that mapping system where we are really interested in promoting connectivity science in Washington and in Oregon. So that's really this Cascade to Coast Landscape Collaborative. We've helped fund some of the science work in Washington and Oregon, and we help bring it to you, the public. That's really our role. We're sort of the keeper of the blueprint, or helping our partners build this blueprint for conservation for the future. Now let's get into some of the meat of the conversation, sort of why I care about connectivity in the region. And I borrowed this slide from the presentation that we heard last week. And Gary Tabor put this together. And it's this notion of the circulatory system for nature. If you can envision our region's national parks and reserve lands potentially as the critical organs for the body, the connectivity is the circulatory system. And in nature, it functions just as importantly as in humans. So thinking about connectivity, breaks in connectivity, what that means for systems, can really help lead us towards a more resilient future. Connectivity helps us expand our view and realize that the work that we do is really in the context of a broader geography. It will help us move down a path of species conservation and recovery. Connectivity is important for climate adaptation and also for looking at community values and public safety. And I'm going to touch on these really quickly with a couple of slides, and then we'll move to the important stuff. But this first slide about the landscape context, I really like, because most of us work at the top tier, an individual forest patch or a piece of ground that we're responsible for, that we're trying to manage. But we need to recognize that that patch of land is in a larger landscape that's in even a larger landscape. And the importance of that is not only can we learn from the needs and the stressors of the larger landscape, but we can also contribute to those values. So whether you're managing a wildlife refuge or working on Chehalis Basin restoration, it's important to stop, look up a bit and say, how can the work that I'm doing also contribute to larger landscape scale solutions, whether it's climate change, forest health, sea level rise, retention of working farms and forests. So connectivity helps us stop our work for a bit, look up and say, gee, this land that I'm managing, is it an important wildlife corridor? Or is it important for working farms and forests? And how can I help achieve those goals at the same time I'm doing the work that I'm charged to do? Connectivity's term has been used a number of ways. Ecological connectivity is sort of defined as unimpeded movement of species and the flow of natural processes. But as we heard earlier today, connectivity is also important for social structures, ensuring that people have access to traditional lands and ways of living, as well as economic connectivity, importance of maintaining access to markets for farms and forest products. So this concept of connectivity certainly applies to wildlife and wildlife conservation, but also can be thought of in terms of social structures in Southwest Washington and in this region. Of course, connectivity is critical to aquatic resources. Everybody's quite proud and involved in the work that we're doing on restoring access of fish to spawning grounds. That's connectivity in action. But it also works with wildlife too. This study done a couple of years ago looks at how much terrestrial movement has been impeded by development over the nation, over the globe over time. More than 50% of the habitat of the planet is now dominated by human landscapes. And with that comes potential breaks in connectivity that are essential for wildlife populations. That's really sort of the umbrella thesis for the discussion that we're going to have here shortly. A quick example is on the left, you see Yellowstone National Park, nation's first national park, huge conservation movement, huge piece of land reserved for fish, wildlife, and conservation. And you would think that's a large step forward. But when you look at the slide on the right, in the circle, you see Yellowstone National Park. But all those polygons going in and out are elk migration areas. So even if you conserve and protect Yellowstone National Park, you don't have the systems necessary to sustain even one species like elk. You need to look at the broader context. You need to look at the protected lands as well as the private lands in ensuring that species are able to move across landscapes that are essential to their existence. Not only is connectivity important for aquatic and terrestrial species, but it's also an adaptation strategy for climate change. We can look at connectivity in terms of making sure that species can move from their current locations to projected future ranges based on modeling. We can model how climate's going to affect the region and where habitats will be 15, 20, 30 years out, and start to think about conservation programs or access to those habitats so that when and if those conditions arise, species are able to reach those. We need to think about environmental gradients and also geophysical features like hyporheic zones, caves, cliffs, talus, and other pieces of the land that could be important for species in the face of climate change. In essence, the slide on the right kind of makes the point. Animals can react three ways. They can move, they can adapt, or they won't exist. And the top right slide is the work on jaguar corridors in South America and Central America, ensuring that the species has access to what it needs over large geographies. So we think about that and try to apply those concepts and approaches to this region here in Southwest Washington. Let me wrap up with one more slide here. On the community values, we've talked about the values of connectivity for fish, wildlife, climate adaptation, but also very important human interests here as well. And it's recognizing that 1 to 2 million crashes between motor vehicles and large animals happen every year. 200 human deaths, 26,000 injuries, huge economic impact to property and life because of that. And it's especially high in rural areas. Connectivity zones are also compatible with working rural lands, working farms and forests. It's often those farms and forests that, if they weren't farms and forests, would be serious disruptors to connectivity. So it's really an opportunity to reach out to private landowners with conservation programs through the good work of the conservation districts, state agencies, and others to target our limited dollars of restoration and incentive programs. So there's a way actually to think of connectivity as, where do we get the most bang for the buck, working with landowners and ensuring that species have needs met across the landscape. Who might use connectivity information? Just a quick look around the region here. Local governments will care about this when they plan for growth. Federal and state agencies are doing management plans all the time for wildlife areas and refuges. If they understand connectivity needs of the region, it can help improve their planning processes. Transportation agencies are receiving money and are looking at highway upgrades, and this is a fantastic opportunity to look at reducing the human impacts and collisions. NGOs are using connectivity information now more than ever when they look at where they go for purchasing easements or property in the future. Tribes are looking at connectivity information now, as you've heard about earlier today, in terms of looking at how these connectivity zones might contribute to species conservation and other tribal interests. There's a whole host of organizations looking at biodiversity retention. And when you look across the landscape, connectivity zones just rise to the top over and over about, if we're able to conserve, protect, and manage these connectivity zones, we're going to be further ahead 10, 15, 20 years down the road. So let's get to the meat of this. This is the Western Washington Wildlife Connectivity Working Group's work on the left and on the right, and we're going to hear the details of that, both from Brian and Alan. And let me just properly introduce the two of them. If you don't know them, Brian's the Cascades to Olympics program manager for Conservation Northwest. Did a lot of research for his Master of Environmental Studies on habitat connectivity and wildlife crossings in this region. A lot of knowledge about the land and the people and what's needed by the species. He's also a musician, longtime resident of the region, and has worked closely with the Habitat Connectivity Working Group. So he's a fantastic person to share their results. Alan Yanahan on my right is a conservation biologist with the Science Application Program in U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Doesn't receive enough recognition for all the work that he does, or his agency. His agency is sort of, low profile, and Science Application Program is small, but what they fund is really small amounts of crucial information. So they helped fund the connectivity work that you're hearing about today, and they're doing similar funding support for work in Oregon that will be rolling out in a few months. He's also a close partner with the connectivity working groups across the region and supports the Cascade Coast Landscape Collaborative. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Brian.
Yeah, thanks, John.
And Brian's going to give his talk. Alan's going to talk about how to access the data, and then we're going to have a conversation about your questions and how this information can be put to use.
Give me just a second to bring my slides up. All right, exciting. Working on this stuff for many years now. All right, I'm Brian Stewart. I think you've all probably had 6 or 7 introductions of me. I'm going to attempt to do a presentation on Peter Singleton would normally do, who is recently retired and just a huge part of the Connectivity Working Group and has been since its inception in, I think, 2008. They've done work on the Columbia Plateau. They've done statewide analysis, transboundary climate gradient analysis. Just amazing work that's been actionable. Conservation Northwest, we've been using some of this stuff pretty much in the last decade. It's pretty much our blueprint for how we look at where things are connected, where things need to be connected, and where we can put our efforts. So looking at the timeline, like I was just mentioning, statewide analysis, we had a climate gradients corridor. We've pretty much taken care of everything on the east side and in between, but been missing this key component in Southwest Washington and the coastal Washington. So this work has been going on, I think, 4 years and is now coming to completion. So we'll get into what that looks like here. So we use different methods to look at how we get these products, right? We look at habitat, We look at resistance to movement, and that could be anything from a building to a highway. Even a river might be resistance for some species. We look at cores and the permeability of those cores, so where habitat is big enough that a species might use it, and whether it's permeable, can they get to it? And then we look at the linkages and the corridors. They're different things. A linkage is a pixel-sized line that they don't really use, but a corridor is a pretty realistic sort of representation of where a species might choose to move through a landscape and where they're able to move through that landscape. Simpler is often better. All models are wrong and some are useful. And although we did try to take a simple approach, I still feel like we spent a lot of complicated hours making it simple. I almost find that slide funny. So some of the methods, we'll just go through them real quick here. First, we had to select a focal species, right? Peter always said connectivity, but connectivity for what? And so we had to kind of look at where can we pick species that are going to represent what we need to see on the landscape. And so we picked 5 focal species and we identified their barriers, their resistance. We used experts to get that data. And then we need to put all that stuff together, right? It's not good enough to just have a species separate from another species. We need to see where those things come together, and we look at a composite. And we include in that composite landscape integrity mapping, which is essentially the connected or intact vegetation you see in a landscape, and we overlay that with everything else. We'll look at that here in a second. So the focal species, which I mentioned, represent different habitat types. So you can see them as proxies for other species that might use those areas. So cougar is a generalist, right? Pretty much can go anywhere, but is sensitive to human development. Fishers represent older growth forests. Mountain beavers, early serial young forests, sort of that mid stage. Western gray squirrel is very specific to low elevation oak woodland prairies. American beavers are semi-aquatic, and then, like I said, landscape integrity is sort of a human impact or the inverse of that. So where we can see sort of naturalness in the landscape. It doesn't represent habitat, but it does give us an idea of like where the trees are or where they aren't. So the assessment area, which we've been talking about, essentially goes to the peninsula, all the way down to the border, all the way up to the Cascades, and sort of stops right at J-Plan pretty much. And this area is key for so many reasons other than connectivity. We've got the river systems, we've got flooding, we've got national parks, we've got a bunch of little wildlife refuges in there. So there's a lot going on here that we had to look at when we looked at this assessment area. And so this gives us an idea. For example, here's fisher habitat. As you can see, fisher has green only in some areas where the old growth is, and then you see a lot of orange and yellow, which isn't great, but that might be opportunity for movement. And the inputs here are going to be roads, are going to be human development, it's going to be forest structure, elevation, slope. Other things we put into this that aren't apparent are, we went to I-5 and we looked at where there were openings and we included them in the resistance model. And we didn't just put in roads, right? We put in undeveloped roads, we put in street roads, we put in highways. And so we differentiated these things, which in a lot of old models aren't really the case. And so I'm really excited that this model is actually going to be more representative of where species may or may not move than some of the past work that even the working group has done. That'll move for me. Cores, like I was just talking about, that's where the best habitat is. How do you get a fisher from that best habitat to the next best habitat? That's still a contention of debate, but there's lots of corridors that we might find opportunity to do that in. Resistance. So this is really I would say it's the fundamental building block of how we do this, is we look at where they cannot move or where movement is limited, and then we look at the inverse of that to try to figure out permeability. And so the resistance is what stops them over distance. So every time that species moves, the resistance gets tougher until it reaches a spot that it can move in. And so that is resistance. Now I want to look at cost-weighted distance, which is Peter Singleton's favorite thing to look at. And this really gives you a better idea of where resistance is too heavy for real movement and where a species might actually be. It's a cumulative resistance an animal is going to encounter when moving. So every time it moves through a pixel, it picks up more resistance. And so this shows you, like the red is so high that nothing's moving through there. But this shows you where the resistance is accumulated to a point where they can or cannot move. So when you're seeing the blue all the way into the sort of green, that stuff is pretty good, right? It's the dark reds and stuff that you're not going to see many species move. And you'll see reds in areas just because it's topography or because it's too high in altitude. So you'll see a little splotch on the mountain or something, and that's what you're looking at there. So least cost pass, I kind of mentioned this is 1 pixel of where a species could move. This is fairly unrealistic of how a species will move. However, when you look at these and you overlay them on, say you have a least cost path that runs right over a culvert, you might want to look at that in a little more depth because it means that's the center of the corridor. It doesn't mean a species is going to use it, but it means you are overlapping something that's pretty important. So We'll look at corridors hopefully next. Yeah, so here's a network. This is a great example. So we're looking at centrality here. Where is a linkage most central? So essentially, you could look at it almost as prioritization, right? But this centrality it's key because these are going to be the linkages that have high centrality that frankly are either really far away from corridors or not corridors, cores, or where it's maybe unrealistic to try to conserve for it. And so this is a great way to look at just Euclidean cost and the permeability of distance between cores. Now here's the corridors, and this is what, at least what I use when I'm looking at how to conserve or where I need to put my efforts on the ground. These are the things we look at. And what we want to see here is, okay, here's a corridor. It's got a wide swath. What does it mean? Well, it means that in the middle of that corridor, you probably want to protect it. It means on the outside of the corridor, you probably want to restore it. And it means further outside that corridor, you probably want to add to it if you can. That's just from a species perspective. It's not super realistic, but it's how I like to look at it when I'm doing stuff. So here's the corridor network, and now you get a real sense as you're looking at this picture of where we would put feet on the ground to try to improve connectivity. You can see what we call the southern linkage here at the bottom of I-5, and then the northern linkage, which you see at the top here. And there's very few opportunities for movement, but as you can see, there's a corridor that runs from the Cascades right into the Olympics. And if that can be restored, if that can be conserved in a proper way, then Fisher potentially could move through that landscape via that corridor, potentially. So here's results from all 6 models. You can see they're very different based on habitat types. You can see American beaver just has a ton of stuff going on, but that's because their cores and their linkages are all related to streams and rivers, and of course they're everywhere in Western Washington. And then you look at Western gray squirrel, which is a great example of, well, there's nothing there. Well, that's not true. When you zoom in, there's some very important cores in there and very small linkages that can be worked on to promote that animal. But I think it's a great example of an animal that doesn't have a ton of cores, doesn't have a ton of habitat, but absolutely needs attention. And so, yeah, and then you see Fisher, mountain beaver, you know, these are pretty determined on what kind of habitat they have. Cougar's a generalist, and you can see it's mostly cores. However, again, along I-5 and the major roads, you can see they narrow right down into bottlenecks. And what's interesting is we're not looking at a composite yet, but every single one of these species, minus Western gray squirrel, has a real tough time dealing with I-5, and you can see where they get bottlenecked, and you can kind of see where those corridors become tiny. Scoot on here. So here it is. We're going to look at the composite now. This is the sum of all the corridors and cores overlaid on each other. So we can look at how many networks or how many species are identified in that linkage. And so, you know, green is 1, and you start moving up into the purple and blue, you're talking about 4 or 5, which is, you know, all the species we looked at. What's interesting is, again, on I-5, you got a little blue in the north, you got a little blue there in the south, and that's the northern and the southern linkage on I-5. These are going to be key areas going in the future, as far as, you know, trying to get wildlife crossings or trying to protect areas for species that are important for movement. I should also note that when you look at other maps of ecological importance, you'll see that they tend to line up with these two. Same with some of the flooding maps in the basin, they tend to line up with these two. And that's most likely just because human infrastructure is creating a lot of these bottlenecks, whether it's water or species. So fracture zone map, this is more about how we laid it out and how we looked at it, because we had to look at it in different pieces to understand which fracture zones might be more important because of how many networks are within them. So you can see the darker the color, the more networks are in those fracture zones. So they become essentially combined priority linkages. And what you skin, you're going to see I-5, you're going to see coming out of the Cascades up into the more developed areas, and then you're going to see how the outskirts of the Olympic National Park are important. But mostly, I mean, this is the type of map that we will use in the back rooms, probably not something you're going to use in your day-to-day sort of work if connectivity is what you're doing. Now, this is a lot more interesting. What we're looking at is those fracture zones broken down, but now you can see the roads and why they were broken down. You can also see the annual average daily traffic estimation. So where it's dark red, you're talking anywhere from 10,000 to 50,000, 100,000 cars a day. Then you get down to the 5,000, 10,000 in the orange. And so those areas create super important priority areas, because we know that with that amount of traffic and with that amount of usage, those areas are going to be heavy bottlenecks. They're also probably going to be, well, not probably, we know that they're places where collisions happen. On I-5, you can pretty much overlay the collision map and you're going to see them in those red spots. So definitely the amount of traffic that's hitting the road has absolutely everything to do with whether a spot is permeable or not, and it tends to be the spots where animals are hit. So ranking them by traffic volume, we were able to really kind of even out the fracture zones. So we could say, okay, comparing apples to apples, even though it's Highway 12 and I-5, we were able to pick out these spots and go, okay, this fracture zone is super important. This corridor is super important, without trying to compare, 10,000 cars a day to 100,000. I think this is a great way to do that. And Peter sort of geniusly came up with this and put it into the composite. So I think it's going to be super useful going forward. Nope, don't do that. Oh, it's and so multi-species linkages. So we're looking right now up by Grand Mound, and what you're going to see is these little blobs here. These are high, right? High ADT, and then you're going to see a little lower here. But these are where those multi-species linkages come together, right? Where the composite is showing they come together, and we're having these traffic volumes. So this is sort of the northern linkage we're looking at, and then we've got Highway 12, parts of it here too. All of these areas, in fact, I'm doing a restoration work right up here at the Satsup River to get blackberries out from under the underpass, because there's wildlife just choked up there. They can't move. And simple things like that, using maps like this, can really tell us, like, okay, let's go check out that area and see if there's something we can do. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't, but another great use of these maps. So per fracture zone, and I've mentioned this a few times, this box you're seeing there, this is what we've been calling the southern linkage. This is going to be a huge focus of other talks today and tomorrow. It's going to be a huge focus of the work going forward. But we know that these segments of a highway, and that's I-5, based on traffic volume, that these are going to be priority areas, because we see that there's four or five different species and networks that line up with those things. And so these are places that my eye's drawn to, and we're going to get feet on the ground as soon as we can. So great stuff. And here's a close-up of the southern linkage, right? Between the Toutle and the Cowlitz is really the sweet spot. But again, we have these huge traffic volumes, we have species lining up, and so it's just like the X marks the spot of where we need to look to improve connectivity across those roadways. So the synthesis, this is sort of everything put in together, where we understand what the linkages are, and there they are, 1, 2, 3. You've essentially got the southern linkage at the bottom, the middle linkage, Centralia, New Wacom area, and then the northern linkage, which is, Scatter Creek, pretty much up to Nisqually, I think. And these areas have been focused on for some time, and I'll do a little presentation tomorrow about thesis work that I did on I-5. We've known about these spots, we've been building up for these spots, and so this summit, and what we're doing here is sort of going to launch how we attack these things as a coalition, as a community. And these are going to be the maps that I think a lot of you are going to look at and be seeing and going, okay, that is the connectivity zone that I'm working in. And this is where my work is going to influence connectivity if I'm doing restoration here, or if I'm acquiring a parcel or doing conservation easement or something. And so that's the gist of it. There's a lot of stuff in there that I think once you see it, once it's out and it's in your hands, will be a lot more intuitive. And there's a ton more maps that go along with there. Each species has a bunch of maps, and I'll let Alan get into some of that. But yeah, I think I did an okay job of doing Peter's presentation, and I will pass it to Alan. Let's wait till Alan. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, Brian, for teeing me up here. Just want to let folks know, as far as what the suite of data that we do have available and will be available for folks to download and to use. And so, as Brian mentioned, we have those 5 focal species that are meant to not only represent those species themselves, but also kind of a greater habitat, so sort of indicator species in a way. And for each of those species, and as well as for the landscape integrity, this naturalness connectivity concept, the idea of connections for a landscape, not so much for a species in particular, but for kind of protected areas. So already areas that are already protected, but what sort of connectivity do we have between those from a landscape perspective? But all of these layers together, these GIS layers, are kind of meant to be used in concert when trying to make conservation decisions or connectivity decisions. And we spend a lot of time on the corridor layer, and that is a very important layer. but taking a look at some of the other layers that go into building up that corridor layer can kind of provide more of the context and more of the background to help make the type of conservation decision that you're looking to make to deliver the, I guess, the most efficient sort of restoration activity that you're hoping to do. So in this suite of data for each of these species, we include habitat, so kind of the areas where we expect to find these species. And we also include landscape resistance, so the idea of how fluid a landscape is for that species, how easily it can move or how difficult it is to move through different portions of its environment. And we also include our core areas and least cost paths. So the core areas are areas of kind of high density of high quality habitat for our species. And these least cost paths are sort of the routes to connect our core areas through a landscape resistance layer. So kind of the what's the easiest path to get through in an ideal world. So if a species had perfect knowledge and had that bird's eye view of the landscape, sure, they may follow that corridor or that least cost path, but that's really meant more as a kind of an input into later work, the corridor work. We'll also include cost weighted distance, so that incorporates our core areas, and if you were a species or an individual in that species, looking at how difficult it is to move out of that core area across your landscape. And then finally, we have our least cost corridors. That's taking a look at those least cost paths and taking a look at how wide or how narrow those paths are, taking that resistance into consideration. So that's a really powerful layer to take a look at as far as how wide or how narrow our corridors are that are trying to connect up our habitat concentration areas or our core areas. And we're also going to be including the composite analysis, that synthesis analysis. So that takes those core areas and those corridor layers, we overlay them for all of our 5 species and for the landscape integrity. And, for this particular, symbology, showing areas in blue where there's a high amount of overlap for those species. So areas of the landscape that have value for multiple species. And sort of the way we've approached, or the Washington Connectivity Group has approached how the landscape is sort of divided or fractured, as it were, is incorporating major highways and major roadways as sort of the major feature that kind of restricts or it kind of impedes the movement for individuals across the landscape. And so in addition to having that composite map, the analyses that Peter Singleton had done, he was highlighting particular portions of highways that are important from a corridor perspective and have value from maybe from a restoration perspective, as far as improving the habitat around there or improving that corridor, but also areas that have opportunities from a conservation perspective, where there is permeability there, and it's areas that we may want to focus on from a maybe more from a conservation or preservation perspective, how to keep these corridors open, and other areas that, how do we improve the corridor and strengthen that area? And so these will be available too in the map packages. Let's see. And so as far as downloading the data products, the Cascades to Coast Landscape Collaborative on their website, we have a page for their conservation resources that has a bunch of spatial products from various projects, including this latest Cascades to Coast analysis. And so I believe these links will be available. I've got them up here, but I think Jessica is going to have a document at the end of this summit that will include all these links. You'll have those available for you. But heading to that page, I've highlighted in red on the box on the right where those links are available to each of those individual species, landscape integrity, and the composite analysis. And when you click one of those links, it'll bring you up to a Google Drive folder. And so at the top is access to 5 folders. And underneath, I've listed kind of the data platforms that these data can be used for, and then also kind of the data types that are with there too. So these are GIS layers. We have them available as layer files for ArcGIS Pro platform, and that provides the symbology. So kind of how we've colored or symbolized the data in the technical report. We also include package files or layer packages. Those include the data in addition to the symbology, so you get both. We also have the metadata, and we've included those in HTML files and XML files. So those will provide the kind of the background or additional information on what these layers represent and how they can be used. And then we also provide a geodatabase, kind of your standard geodatabase for ArcGIS desktop platforms, ArcGIS Pro platforms. Those are available too. And then we also provide just your standard shape files and TIFF files for use across a whole bunch of other platforms. So I guess non-proprietary data files there. So something available for like QGIS and more open source GIS platforms. And we also have the technical report available. So this provides the context and the background for the for these analyses. I know we've kind of given everybody kind of a quick and dirty overview of all of this, but this provides the specifics, and this report will have all the details so folks can get more comfortable with these data and with this project. And so with that technical report, it's divided up into 3 sections, and in section A, we'll have sort of an overview of the project and the Cascades to Coast analysis, but then also diving into the methodology. So how certain decisions are made, what were the parameters for these analyses, and so folks can make their decisions as to how sound these data are. And then in chapter 3, we provide key findings for those 5 focal species, and from the composite analysis, kind of our summary of important areas or important linkages across that landscape, and almost like providing recommendations as far as portions of the landscape where work can be done. And then finally, future work and conclusions from there. And in section B, we provide a series of case studies. So groups throughout the region who got early access to the data and are already using it, providing examples of how the data are being used, but also from groups that are soon to be using the data and looking forward to how they'll be doing that. And then finally in section C, we have more of the details, more of the really fine scale details for each of the 5 focal species. And that will be added very, very soon. We're putting the final touches on that. But the important stuff to come from section C, as far as those key recommendations, those are available in that chapter 3 of section A with those key findings. So we have those now. And just want to let folks know of some additional resources that are out there. So last week, John mentioned the Cascades Coast Landscape Collaborative had a webinar on these data, and that is available off of the Cascades to Coast website there. Presentation given by Peter Singleton. We were able to drag him out of retirement to give one more talk, and it was a good one. And so in addition to that, I just want to let folks know that this Washington Connectivity Working Group has been around for a while, and they've got a large body of work, and the methodologies that were used for this latest analysis, they're not new, and they're not the only analysis way of analyzing these data that are out there. And so a lot of this is built on a foundation of previous projects, previous studies. And so just want to let folks know that at the Washington Connectivity website, technical reports are available, and the data too for a statewide analysis, the Columbia Plateau ecoregion as well. And then also an analysis that kind of helped key in on kind of how we chose to do the analyses for this latest project. So this report on the far right, giving information on omniscape versus linkage map, or just 2 different ways of approaching connectivity, but really providing the kind of the technical details of the project. So these are available as well for folks who are interested. And I just want to let folks know too that we understand that GIS layers may not be the most maybe accessible or digestible for everybody, and so just want to let folks know that kind of our next steps, as we're thinking with the Cascades to Coast Landscape Collaborative, is to incorporate these connectivity data onto a kind of an online spatial mapper tool that doesn't require licenses for ArcGIS or anything of that sort. And so those are where we're heading next, but we wanted to make sure that at least we could get the data out to folks now, so they can get to work and move forward. So just close with as you have questions along the way, please reach out to me and the Washington Connectivity Working Group as well, and we'll be happy to interact. And so with that, I think I'll turn it back to John, and I think we'll open it up to Q&A.
Yeah, so thank you so much. Thank you, John. Thank you, Alan, and thank you, Brian. Great job, Brian, channeling your best Peter Singleton. He would be proud. There are a few questions. So as I mentioned, you can put your questions in the chat, or if you want to raise your hand, I'm keeping an eye out for who's raised their hand, and you can actually just unmute yourself and ask a question as well. So the first question, I think let's see here, who is it from? Oh, Fraser Schilling. He is asking, he says, in the literature, it is clear that linkages and corridor models don't generally predict wildlife movement or occurrences. Exceptions are usually ungulates. What scientific evidence is there that the Southwest Washington linkages meet wildlife needs and would help protect populations? This is where the term scientific relates not to modeling, but to testing or validating human-created models against actual evidence of wildlife presence and movement. So, whoever wants to take it away.
Fraser. So yeah, I mean, that's a great point. A couple ways we've actually kind of preloaded this is we did a lot of research on I-5 before we modeled. And so we were looking at collision data, beaver, looking at collision data, like you said, ungulates, but some of that stuff lines up pretty well with the models. And so we don't have abundant surveys, and we certainly haven't done all the camera trapping or other validations you might do. But the sort of validation we did just lines right up with the models we're seeing. So that's only beaver, that's only ungulates, but those collision data line up pretty much where those corridors say they intersect with the roads. Now that only speaks to where a corridor is pinched by a roadway. It doesn't speak to, say, a corridor in a pristine area or moving through working lands or anything. However, the point of the model is to get feet on the ground so that people can start validating this stuff. And so, although we have some pre-validation, yeah, more has to go into this, obviously. So that can be light noise studies, that can be camera trapping, that can be tracking, it could be collars. And I'll make another point. Some of the collared animals that we have data on are showing that they pinch point at some of these locations. So although those are hardly validated, statistically significant results of anything, it is sort of the process to get the information that we need to actually do the work that will protect animals and corridors, if that answered your question.
I think so, yeah. He'll let us know if it didn't, but I think you did. So actually, speaking of Hill, Fraser has one more question. And this is a question, we have somebody who's virtually on who might also want to chime in, Glenn Kalitz, because it's a highway question. So vis-a-vis wildlife vehicle collisions and linkages, do they really line up across I-5, or is there a spatial mismatch with more wildlife vehicle collisions near the urban areas, like Castle Rock as an example?
That's a great question, but actually we see the collisions go down in the urban areas because the traffic is so high. So the data I looked at, you can lay it out, and it's a linear bell curve. Starting in Vancouver, it looks low, gets really high as you move up, and then gets really low again as you get to Olympia. The only hypothesis there would be that where the traffic's really high, animals are not wanting to cross or can't cross. And then places where it's a little lower, they're attempting, but failing. Also, that it could have to do with vegetation. There's just more vegetation and habitat for animals to approach I-5 where there's less population. So it's interesting. The data is there. I'll actually be presenting it tomorrow. So unless, Glenn, you're on, unless you wanted to add something to that, I think that answers that question.
I don't know Thought I saw him come on. Maybe not. I thought you did a good. All right. I think you did. That's a good answer. Yeah, that made sense. All right, and let me see. I think that is it. Unless there's any other questions from. Oh, go ahead.
What's the granularity of that data?
What's the granularity of that data? Like, for instance, if I'm a private landowner that has just maybe 100 acres or 20 acres, would I be able to use these tools to sort of see where I land in the greater scope?
Question, because some of the modeling, well, not some of it, all of it's down to 10 meters to 30 meters. So that kind of gives you a coarse scale right off the bat. However, I have a landowner on I-5 who has a corridor that just touches their property. So they set up a camera trapping. Let's see if there's really stuff there. And right on I-5, they're getting cougar, bear, elk, deer. It's pretty much inexplicable. So looking at the map may not tell you anything, except go look deeper. But setting up camera traps and stuff, very simple, pretty cost effective nowadays. You can find out real fast if animals are traveling that corridor. So that's what I would do if I was a private landowner. And then once you know that and you have some validation, then you can act on it, maybe seek funding or reach out to me and I can come and make your neighbors have a headache.
Coming.
It's like Les Schwab.
I need my exercise.
So that makes me wonder, have you done any types of citizen science type outreach where you reach out to landowners and hotspots to see if they would be willing to put up a camera where you could then collect the data and get more eyes on the ground?
Yeah, and the thing is, it's a tricky business because typically a landowner needs to already be thinking about it, because when I show up and I say, hey, I want to put cameras on your property, I think animals are moving through it, that usually doesn't fly. And so it's really about, yes, we do that, and I would love to do more of it, but it's really about landowners need to already feel comfortable with like a conservation group or someone coming on their property and putting cameras there. That in itself can be tricky. But yeah, I mean, I hire veteran volunteers to do one site, they do the work there. And yeah, so if there's ever a landowner, the conservation district would know that, yeah, we would set that up and maybe even try to get the funding to get the cameras and stuff if it was a corridor.
Okay, yeah, that's great to know. So that makes me think, as a conservation district and doing a Lewis County stream team, if I find volunteers or people that might be interested, maybe we could start getting some contacts together who may already be interested in how they can improve environment on their property. So.
Absolutely. And because you're doing the stream team, there's a high likelihood that that stream is a de facto corridor.
Absolutely.
So that's key.
Thank you.
Forgive me if I missed this, but how did you pick the 5 species?
We got a bunch of opinionated scientists in a room and we argued about it, and we argued about it at great length. And many species did not make that list, and some of it was just people's wills were really strong, and others were really just a matter of like, we really need something to represent that habitat. What do we have in this area? I think the big one was generalists, and we won't get into that one, but we had some criteria. But things up. But generally, they're more than mammals. But out, and there was.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was assuming, that where these species are, there's going to be deer and elk in the same corridor.
Right, and so we figured, let's do cougar. Right, cougar will represent those habitat features, and let's not do wolf. I remember that debate.
There was also the looking at the amount of research on a particular species.
What we had
Originally
available.
for mountain beaver, we were looking at snowshoe hare, and we started with that species, and then we found out that most of the research was from way out of this region, and it just was not. We didn't have enough information. We didn't have enough data to really justify. So that's why we were like, well, mountain beaver is in similar types of ecosystems maybe, and also has a bigger body of literature and information. And we had some experts too that we could rely on for that species that had local knowledge.
I think there were 3 more papers.
Yeah, 3
It was something like that.
Yeah, but it was better. It was better.
Any other questions in the room?
When you were talking about the selection of species, I was just going to mention it was a lengthy process. Even though I kind of wasn't part of the core team, I did participate in early parts of it when we brought in some of the partners and also the species. And one of the things that struck me was that we kind of went through a process of elimination on species at a larger scale, where birds can fly, they're not as limited. Some of the smaller amphibians would be harder to provide connectivity anyway. And so some people sometimes wonder how we ended up with so many mammals. And that was kind of happened early on.
Giving us some, he's just giving us some nuance, yeah. No context on how we picked those species, which was a lengthy process for sure.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Bill. All right, well, thank you guys. That was great. Oh, you wanna?
Yeah, I just want to thank Brian and Ellen for presenting this information, and mostly the Wildlife Habitat Connectivity Working Group. They did a tremendous amount of work over a period of years, high quality science, very transparent. This information is available on our website and in the report. So I would encourage you to think about this information, how you can apply it to your work, and let's move forward with this partnership of connectivity in Southwest Washington, advancing based on these data. So thank you again for our segment, and we'll look forward to the next conversation.
Great, thank you, Alan, John, and Brian for presenting that information. The next panel is regarding policy, and that sets us up well because the conversation that we're moving into is taking the science to the ground. So how do we actually implement this science? So beyond what Fraser has pointed out too is validating what the science modeling has pointed out to us, but also how do we start implementing policies? How do we start building partnerships that is going to take what we're learning from those models, what we're learning from the validation that we're going to be moving into, and bring it to implementing projects that are going to get us to larger regional connectivity in this space. So we're excited about the next conversation. We have Paula with Conservation Northwest, who's going to be presenting on state policy that's moving connectivity forward for the state of Washington, as well as for the region that we're in, Southwest Washington. And also, we have a colleague from Center for Large Landscape, Anna Warren, who's joining us virtually. She is going to be presenting on federal funding and federal policies that are going to help us implement this type of work in this space. So thank you both for agreeing to talk about policy and how are we going to move this into reality.
So we haven't coordinated on this. I'll start off if that's okay, Anna, and maybe set a little context.
Sure thing. Can you see and hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
great.
we can.
My video is frozen, so you'll just have to tell me if anything is not coming through on your end.
Okay, will do. And I wanted to try to face everybody. I don't have a PowerPoint. I wanted to kind of try to switch gears and make this more of an interactive discussion. And so I wanted to just lay out a little bit of perspective on some pieces of policy that I think we already have in place that we can build on to do connectivity work in Southwest Washington. But I think the most important part of the discussion is, what do we need to do? Like, what pieces are missing? What do we need to build on and how do we take this great science that we just heard about and act on it in a timely way to make sure that we don't lose opportunities for for connectivity and resilience in this area. And so it's a huge question. I certainly don't have all the answers. I don't think any of us have all the answers, but when we all put our heads and efforts together, I think that's when we make progress. So just a little background, my name is Paula Swedeen. I'm the Policy Director for Conservation Northwest. I've been working on conservation, both biology and policy in Washington State and in the area for a little over 30 years now. I have a background in wildlife biology and forest ecology, and then mid-careers added a layer on of ecological economics and economic incentives, and have sort of blended that all together over the last several years and become something I never thought I was going to, which is more of a government affairs and lobbyist. So I use those tools where I can on behalf of the wildlife and people of the state, for to try to achieve some of these connectivity goals and core conservation for native wildlife in Washington. And then so I'll turn it over to Anna for you to introduce yourself as well.
Thank you, Paula. You can still see and hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay,
you look great.
Thank you. My name is Anna Wern. I am the Director of Government Affairs from the Center for Large Landscape Conservation. We are based in Bozeman, Montana, but we do work actually all over the world. And I originally hail from Oregon, and most of my family is now living in Washington. So the Pacific Northwest also feels like home to me, and I'm familiar with some of the connectivity issues and initiatives and exciting developments in your corner of the world as well. So thanks for having me, and I'm excited to complement Paula's perspective at the state level with a national level perspective on relevant policy and funding opportunities that might be able to advance the important work you all are doing in the Pacific Northwest.
Great, thank you. So, Southwest Washington is a really unique place. It has a lot of private land, and sort of, I think, the least amount of federal land of most of the areas of the state of Washington. Has some good chunks of state land as well. It's also one of the most biologically productive parts of the state. So from a tree growing perspective, all the analyses that look at, either timber productivity or carbon sequestration, peg Southwest Washington as one of the places that has the highest growth rates and growth potentials, and carbon sequestration potentials. It's also very productive from a fish habitat perspective. So the Chehalis Basin, which we heard some about this morning, those species aren't listed yet. It's one of the larger river systems in the state that doesn't have its main salmon species listed, although they're getting closer to that necessity, which is sad. But there's a lot of potential here to work with. So when it comes to trying to effectuate connectivity, there's a couple of, there's two big buckets, right? One is like, how do you get critters over and under highways? And then the other is how do you protect the land that constitutes the corridors and the core habitat areas. So from a crossings perspective, and I think Anna's going to talk a lot about some of the federal opportunities, but we are aware that the recent federal infrastructure bill allocated $350 million for a pilot program, and I'll let Anna talk about the details, but that's something that we can work on to take advantage of, to try to get funding for wildlife crossings in this region. Our state Department of Transportation has become, more and more aware over the last several years, and I can ask Glenn to pipe up about this as well. But the I-90 crossings have been a shining example in the country of using state funding to enhance wildlife connectivity. And so the idea certainly isn't new. And then my organization at Conservation Northwest, we've been spending the last several years trying to educate legislators on the specific need for wildlife connectivity. And we've been doing it on a project in a different part of the state, but have been doing a lot of intensive education about both the biological and ecological necessities of having underpasses and overpasses, but then also the human safety and the human cultural benefits of making sure that we have safe transportation corridors, and that we're not killing wildlife that has other benefits to humans on highways. So we were able to get a relatively modest amount of funding for an undercrossing on US 97 in north central Washington, and then also linked that to having Department of Transportation look into taking advantage of the federal infrastructure money. And so that sets the stage, and I know it's in a different part of the state, but that sets the stage for the legislature to be educated about the importance of these issues in this region as well. So that's one big piece on the crossing structures. I mean, a lot more work to do and a lot to be built on there, but we're not starting from ground zero in terms of legislative awareness and a desire when it's possible to appropriate funds for this purpose. Then the second piece that I wanted to make sure people were aware of is, I spend a lot of my time trying to figure out how to protect habitat and how to incentivize private landowners to manage their forests for ecological outcomes in addition to timber outcomes. And because there's a lot of forest land in these connectivity corridors, thinking about, and a lot of that land is private and a lot of that land is corporate private. We know that if we want to work with private landowners to either get them to put easements on their land to prevent development, or to try to manage their land for somewhat different outcomes than just intensive industrial timber output, that it's probably going to be easier to do that through financial incentives than it is to try to do it from a regulatory perspective. And so a big step that happened a couple of years ago that will allow us a much larger pool of funding than we've had available in the state of Washington was the passage of the Climate Commitment Act in 2021, which is it's a state-based cap and invest program. So this is in the climate change realm. And in addition to a regulatory requirement for large polluters to reduce their emissions in the state, the mechanism for doing so is going to create an income stream to the state of Washington. And there are three large investment buckets that are going to be used from that funding. And there will be over $1 billion a year created from that law over, once it gets up and running, starting late next year. And one of those buckets, which unfortunately is the smallest bucket, but it's still significant from a land conservation perspective, is a natural climate solutions investment account. And that account is likely to create or to generate over $660 million total between 2023 and 2040. And there are multiple categories that were enumerated in the law that I think apply to our landscape quite well. And so one of the obvious ones is forest sequestration, but improved forest sequestration specifically on working forest lands. And so we have a lot of working forest lands in this area. And in fact, the Nature Conservancy in the University of Washington put out a study late in 2021 that showed that the counties in Southwest Washington actually have the highest carbon sequestration potential in the state, and that lengthening rotations on those lands will give us sort of the most CO2 drawdown bang for the buck. And so I think that when you overlay some of the connectivity corridors And if you remember in your mind some of the maps that we saw Brian and Alan show, there's quite a bit of overlap between areas where we could manage lands for climate mitigation and manage those lands for connectivity and core habitat. And then there are also non-forested habitats and riparian restoration and floodplain restoration, and managing for better water benefits in the face of climate change that funding from the Natural Climate Solutions bucket can take care of. So I think one of the things that we should talk about building on is, as those programs are getting constructed, so there's legislative language, but there isn't rule or administrative language yet on how those programs are to be administered or how to be prioritized, that we have an opportunity in front of us to make sure that the overlap between connectivity, wildlife conservation, fish conservation, and carbon sequestration and adaptation are all taken into account. And I think when those things all stack up, that Southwest Washington would rank really high in terms of being able to get funding from that program over time. And I would also just say that I think that cumulatively trying to ensure long-term land protection of these core habitat and corridor areas is going to be the most expensive part of this, especially because there's so much private land. And so ensuring that we have robust funding sources is going to be important. The Climate Commitment Act funds are just one bucket, but they're a significant bucket and something that I think we should pay attention to in terms of figuring out how to tap. And then, those are the two biggest things that I wanted to talk about. Is how we build on past work to get state funding for wildlife crossings, and then how do we utilize programs we already have and maybe think about creating new ones for funding for securing land. But there's all sorts of other topics within the policy sphere, and that includes Growth Management Act and local planning to ensure, especially in these areas right around highways, that they don't get developed, and that connectivity is taken into account in local land use planning. It's a whole nother category. And then there is the topic of, and I'm sure Anna can talk about this as well, some states are starting to pass overarching policy legislation for connectivity that kind of serves as an umbrella and as an organizing principle. And we haven't done that yet in the state of Washington. There have been some nascent discussions about whether or not to do so, but I think that would be an interesting discussion for this group to have. Is that something that we would want to spend time on? Is it worth the effort, or do we want to try to effectuate connectivity through weaving together other programs and issues? And then I also realized I forgot to mention there's the whole aquatic species restoration strategy through the Chehalis Basin, which is a really important piece. A lot of the connectivity does follow riparian corridors, at least through that basin. And there is obviously a lot of time and attention and money that is intended to be spent on restoring habitat within those corridors. And that is just another layer of coordination that can be done to ensure that wildlife habitat connectivity is incorporated into the ASRP. And I know Brian has done a good bit of work to try to get that running. So I think I'll stop there and I'll turn it over to Anna. And then I think we should open it up for just discussion about pieces that we think we would want to collectively build on to implement connectivity on the ground. So thank you.
Thank you, Paula. That's really exciting to hear all of those developments, and hopefully we can synergize some state and local policy opportunities to advance connectivity in your region. I'm going to go ahead and see if I can successfully share my screen right now. So let me know if this is coming through for you all. We'll do. Okay, can you see the presentation?
We can, yes.
Okay.
You might want, it's right now on just like notes slide. So if you just maybe hit the little screen button, it'll make it bigger.
Yeah. Did that work?
No, it's still
Okay.
kind of small.
Okay, it's full screen on my computer.
Usually
So
like
let me see. Let me try sharing a different way.
Usually like a screen button on the lower. Oh, maybe this will work. Oh,
Okay, let's try entire screen. Did that work any better? Is it full screen?
yes, that's it.
Okay,
Thank
great.
you.
2 years in, and we're starting to, if not do things right, virtually at least learn how to troubleshoot. So I can't see the chat or the participants or the video or anything. So you'll just have to not be shy about interrupting me if the slides aren't advancing in accordance with my remarks or any other technical difficulties. And I apologize that I'm not able to be there in person. Would love to connect with you all in person at another time, and happy to follow up via the phone or email about any of the content that I'm about to share with you in this presentation today. So I was asked to talk about national policies supporting landscape connectivity, and I interpret landscape connectivity to include 3 different buckets. So there's policies related to wildlife crossings, so infrastructure to reconnect patches of habitat that are fragmented by roads. Then there's a set of wildlife corridor policies at the national level that are broader than just reconnecting those areas of habitat that are impacted by the surface transportation system of our country, but rather larger, broader wildlife migration routes across the landscape, and conserving and restoring those. And then the third subset is large landscape conservation policies that help support connectivity, but are much bigger collaborative efforts to bring together partners across geographies, jurisdictions, political spectrum, et cetera, to manage ecosystems at the biologically relevant scale. So I'll talk about some emerging legislative opportunities in regards to wildlife crossings. There's less activity in terms of administrative policy, meaning less going on within the executive branch, though they are implementing now the legislation that's underway. And then I'll talk about legislative and administrative policies related to wildlife corridors, and then most of the activity on landscape conservation at the national level is within the Biden administration as opposed to within Congress. So I'll focus on administrative policy there. So starting with wildlife crossings, we already mentioned today the wildlife crossings pilot program, which is a dedicated pot of $350 million spread out over 5 years, a competitive program where states can apply for, and tribes as well, I should say, and a few other entities can apply for funding to complete projects that reduce wildlife vehicle collisions and improve habitat connectivity. But in addition to that dedicated pot of funding just for those projects, we also worked as a coalition to ensure that other transportation programs, that the language for the criteria for applying to those programs was modified to include eligibility for wildlife crossing or aquatic and terrestrial habitat connectivity projects more broadly. So that unlocks potentially billions and billions of dollars that can be used for these projects as well. So larger pool, but not necessarily dedicated just for this purpose. And then the third component of the bipartisan infrastructure law, which passed back in November, that I want to highlight for you, is a set of policies that the Department of Transportation will be implementing that don't contain funding, but that will still support and advance this work. So starting with the Wildlife Crossings Pilot Program, that dedicated pot of funding, we don't know yet when we're going to see the notice of funding opportunity. That grant program has not yet been opened up for applications, but once it is, there will only be 60 days to apply, most likely. So that means eligible applicants need to have all their ducks in a row as soon as possible because they won't have much time to gather together all of the data, the science, the partnerships to put together a proposal, and need to be really prepared for that right now. So as I mentioned, the purpose of that program is to reduce wildlife vehicle collisions and improve habitat connectivity. So it's both safety and biological considerations, as Paula alluded to earlier. That's important at the national level as well. The Department of Transportation will be distributing that $350 million over the course of 5 years. We are probably not going to see that first $60 million get out the door before fiscal year 2022. So we'll likely see that rolled into later fiscal years, but the money's not going anywhere. It's just going to be rolling out a little bit behind schedule. And then I just want to highlight that at least 60% of the grant program will go towards projects in rural areas, recognizing that this is a particular economic and safety concern for those less urbanized areas. So the applicants that are eligible to apply for this program are in sort of a few different categories. So the first is that state transportation agencies and federal land management agencies can directly apply for the funding. Then there's a second set of eligible entities that can still apply for the funding, but they first have to consult with the relevant state transportation agencies. And that includes metropolitan planning organizations, units of local government, tribes, and regional transportation authorities that just have to get, that just need to consult with that state transportation agency. And then once those grants are received by an applicant, they'll be administered either by the state transportation agency for most of the applicants, or by the Federal Highway Administration, which is within the U.S. Department of Transportation, for those tribal and federal recipients of the funds. But many of you in the room who are not associated with the state transportation agency or one of the other entities listed here still have a really important role to play, because there's another set of within the eligibility section called eligible partners. And those are entities that can receive the grant funding when it's passed through the primary applicants. So that includes foundations, NGOs, universities, and then any other federal, tribal, regional, or state government entity that didn't directly apply for the funding. As long as there's a partnership agreement, they can still receive and help implement the funding. So the criteria for when you're writing a grant proposal that you need to be aware of, that the Federal Highway Administration will be using to evaluate projects, is fivefold really. Encouraging non-federal contributions. So public-private partnerships. Are you bringing private dollars to bear because there's a lot of excitement about this project in the community? Whether to what extent the project supports local economic development and tourism, how it's incorporating innovative technologies in infrastructure and design, to the extent to which it provides opportunities for education and outreach for students and the larger community. And then finally, the extent to which includes monitoring and evaluation to demonstrate that the project is effectively both reducing those wildlife vehicle collisions and improving habitat connectivity. I'll just note also that the Secretary of Transportation retains the discretion to determine additional criteria as besides what is in the legislation itself. And we would see that in the NOFO, in the Notice of Funding Opportunity. So aside from that dedicated funding, I want to highlight those policies I mentioned as well. The Department of Transportation is mandated by the legislation to update and expand the 2008 Wildlife Vehicle Collision Reduction Study, which is really exciting because that information is fairly out of date at this point. And then the other exciting component is that the department will create a series of workforce development and training courses, both for transportation professionals and wildlife professionals based on that study. The department will also develop a standardized methodology for collecting and reporting wildlife collision and carcass data, and a template that states can voluntarily use to implement that guidance, which will be really helpful for starting to compare data across state lines and even within different areas of a single state as well to have that tool. They'll also be establishing a guidance to help professionals determine whether or not a highway should be evaluated for wildlife crossings projects, updating the wildlife crossing structure handbook to provide some guidance on design for new construction and also rehabilitation of highways. And then finally, to bridge and tunnel inspectors, providing them guidance around whether or not upgrades are necessary or beneficial to improve aquatic organism passage as well as terrestrial connectivity. Then there's a whole suite of other programs with billions and billions of dollars available now, given the expanded eligibility that we saw. So that is federal lands transportation programs. We also see it in these big block grant programs like the $72 billion surface transportation block grant program, tribal transportation programs, highway safety improvement programs. We also see it in a lot of aquatic connectivity eligibility language in bridge and culvert programs, as well as some Forest Service programs like the new collaborative-based aquatic-focused landscape scale restoration program and the Forest Service Legacy Roads and Trails Remediation Program. So a whole suite of programs. I'm happy to follow up with anybody who wants to learn more about how to apply, deadlines, etc. I'm also provided these slides to the summit organizers, and they can share that information with you as well. And I noted here some of the cost share. So that means an 80% Fed being short for federal cost share means that the Department of Transportation will pitch in 80% of the funds towards the project, and then there needs to be a 20% state or local match, which is where those the legislation becomes really powerful because it helps secure appropriations from the state legislature that are necessary in order to be able to apply for these federal dollars. So as I mentioned, I'm sending these slides, but other information sources as well are the U.S. Department of Transportation's website that has all of the notices of funding opportunity, as well as the Federal Highway Administration's website on the bipartisan infrastructure law. Our website contains this toolkit here that is a resource for anybody that wants to apply for that dedicated pot of funding in the Wildlife Crossing Pilot Program. We walk you through all 5 of the criteria and provide best practices, examples of how it's been implemented in states and municipalities, literature reviews, and other policy recommendations. So if you want to figure out how do I include monitoring and evaluation in my project proposal and in the design of the project itself, we walk you through that. And then we also worked with our partners at Animal Roads Crossings, ARC Solutions, National Parks Conservation Society, or sorry, Association, and then of course the Wildlands Network, who's been instrumental in organizing this summit, to create a 3-part webinar series in which we have panelists that are experts in policy and road ecology, transportation, etc., break down the importance of designing these projects, how to design them well, how to cultivate the partnerships necessary to fund them and build that broad community-based support. And then finally, there's 2 other websites I'll direct you to, which is from those partners. ARC Solutions has a website with more nitty-gritty information on all of those, the expanded eligibility and all of those other transportation programs and deadlines to apply. And then Wildlands Network also has some great resources walking folks through some of the exciting opportunities in the infrastructure law. So I'm going to pivot now from crossings to corridors and just mention at a high level some legislative and administrative opportunities here in this space. There's the Wildlife Corridors Conservation Act, which was passed by the House as part of their version of the infrastructure law, but did not make it in the Senate's version of the infrastructure law, and thus did not actually become enacted into law. But it has also been introduced in the Senate in the previous session of Congress, and we're hoping to reintroduce it in the Senate this session as well. It has bipartisan support in the House, and we're working on cultivating that same level of support across the aisle in the Senate as well. And then a subset of that is the Tribal Wildlife Corridors Act, which contains a $50 million grant program for tribes to map and identify wildlife movement patterns and migration routes on tribal lands. That has been reintroduced in both the House and Senate this session of Congress. And then in terms of administrative policy, there's Secretarial Order 3362, which was issued originally by Secretary Zinke in 2017, but has been very successful and bipartisan and transcended administrations. It does just focus on the Western states and is just on big game migration, but it does provide a model for how state and federal agencies can partner on habitat connectivity efforts more broadly. And in April, Secretary Haaland announced that they're continuing to commit to this work and expanding it, in particular by investing more in collaborative conservation and wildlife migration research efforts, providing additional support to tribes in particular, not just states, and also updating agency policies and plans to reflect the state of science around known habitat connectivity areas, landscape linkages, and wildlife migration patterns on federal lands, like, for example, in Forest Service plans or Bureau of Land Management land use plans. And then finally, there's the conservation initiative under the Biden administration, Conserving and Restoring America the Beautiful. And that has one of the key pillars of that initiative is collaborative conservation of fish and wildlife habitats and corridors, which has huge bipartisan support, including almost 80% of Republicans endorsing, of Western voters, I should say, endorsing that goal. And so we're seeing it reflected in this Conserving and Restoring America the Beautiful challenge as well. So that is my segue into landscape conservation policy. Recently, there's been a new grant opportunity administered by the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation to facilitate coordination of funding for projects across landscapes, watersheds, and seascapes in order to achieve larger and more durable conservation, restoration, and stewardship benefits. And so one of the 5 project categories that folks can apply to funding for are to reconnect wildlife corridors, including through assessing opportunities for wildlife crossing structures. Those are due today, so I know many of you have been working hard on those proposals. Excited to see which ones end up getting funded. And then in terms of landscape conservation policy more broadly, I also want to highlight Secretarial Order 3403 between the U.S. Departments of Agriculture and Department of the Interior around fulfilling the trust responsibility to Indian tribes in the stewardship of federal lands and waters. A component of that includes a directive to incorporate tribal resource management plans into landscape scale or watershed scale federal restoration and conservation planning initiatives. And then finally, I just want to mention, outside of the Biden administration, there have been a series of policy dialogues within the NGO community that have been organized by some of the organizations here today. And those include a series of transboundary dialogues with Canadian partners on how to align conservation and restoration goals at the landscape scale. The Salazar Center Symposium on Conservation Impact has really featured a lot of connectivity policy and science. And then some government engagement in these dialogues directly as well, including representatives from the Salazar Center to the Salazar Center Symposium, including the head of CEQ, the Council on Environmental Quality. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in particular was also very engaged in and co-organized this Future of Conservation Forum, and very engaged in the North American Wildlife Conference, both of which had sessions on collaborative large landscape conservation. And then my organization partnered with the Environmental and Energy Studies Institute, which is a nonpartisan think tank, to convene some federal, state, and tribal agency representatives to discuss the possibilities for building a durable framework for large landscape conservation that weaves together these landscape partnerships across the country and provides the resources necessary to catalyze collaborative conservation at the landscape scale. Finally, I'll just mention briefly on the federal policy front, a ton of mentions of landscape conservation and connectivity in the president's budget, either as accomplishments or as explicit requests for funding for fiscal year 2023. We're waiting to see what language the Senate comes up with and the amounts of appropriations in that annual appropriations process that's ongoing at the moment. And then finally, I just want to say that, as Paula mentioned, there is a real wave of states across the country that are seeing these federal funding opportunities, wanting to take advantage of it, galvanizing partnerships to come together, set aside state appropriations to fund this work, whether it's wildlife crossings or wildlife corridors more broadly. There's also a series of executive orders where legislative action has not yet come to fruition that are directing state departments of transportation and fish and game or wildlife to come together to address wildlife vehicle collisions and habitat connectivity. Happy to share model legislation with you if you're curious how other states have codified some of these efforts into law. So thank you so much for your time. I'm happy to stay on and answer any questions for you here in the session or afterwards one-on-one. Feel free to reach out to me if you'd like to have a follow-up conversation. And with that, I will stop sharing my screen.
Great. Thank you so much, Paula and Anna, for those presentations. I did, we had a couple of comments in the meeting chat and mainly about bills that were introduced or funding opportunities for wildlife crossings, terrestrial and fish. So they were actually answered. So there's a lot of funding opportunities out there right now on the federal level. One of those that Anna mentioned was the America the Beautiful Challenge proposal. So for this group, there is a I-5, Southwest Washington I-5 challenge proposal being put in today. Most of the groups that were part of the steering committee were working on that proposal. Glenn, who is probably busy finishing that up, who will be talking about some of that tomorrow during the I-5 presentation. So excited to let you all know that that proposal will be going in this afternoon. So hopefully we will be talking about where those connections are and what will be in that proposal. Brian can mention that later today and tomorrow. So stay tuned for more on that. But I wanted to let you know, she had mentioned it and wanted to let you know that there is a proposal. Glenn is jumping on. Glenn, do you want to go off of mute? Make a comment?
Oh yeah, nothing special. I was just saying I've been jumping in and out of the conversation today because I've had proposal questions pop up and I have to call somebody else real quick. And so I am here. I know somebody I think was asking for me earlier, and then I was on another call for the proposal, and I will be talking about that tomorrow in my presentation as well a little bit. So I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Great. Does anyone else have any questions? I did also want to mention that all of the links that Anna presented, I will be sharing that in the resource guide that will go out early next week for all the people who had registered for this event. So know that those will be available to you. Anna also mentioned there was a webinar demystifying wildlife crossing fundings that was hosted by a Center for Large Landscape, as well as Wildlands Network and a few other partners, Arc Solutions. That will be available in that link as well. That goes through a lot of what Anna covered in the funding piece. As to state legislation, I know Paula asked the question, like, what is it that Washington State might be able to do to push us forward in the realm of both funding and potentially habitat connectivity work? So I don't know if we wanted to start that conversation, or if Paula, you had any thoughts that came up from Anna's presentation. I think that would be a place that I know a lot of people are interested in looking at.
Well, I was hoping that we would actually have a little bit more time for back and forth discussion, but it looks like we're not going to. We have just about five minutes left. But I would want to put a plug in for either, future meetings of this group or a working group coming out of this group to really consider these questions of coordination and taking advantage of all the amazing federal funding opportunities, which in and of themselves require engagement with our state Department of Transportation, likely with other agencies, with local stakeholders. So there's a whole bunch of coordinating work that needs to be done there. But I also think that, in order to get state-based connectivity legislation passed, that it would need to be more than just a few groups that advocate for it. So it has been introduced and discussed, but as you all can imagine, legislators have an enormous number of bills that come in front of them, and the circumstances that lead to something, finally getting passed sometimes don't always come together. And so when there's multiple stakeholders from both across a political perspective, but everybody working on a certain issue in a certain geography that says, yeah, we think this is a good thing, or we think this is a good thing statewide that would help, our geographical area, then that really increases the likelihood of legislation like that passing. And so if there is interest in that happening, then I think now, between now and November is a really good time for folks to coalesce around which pieces of model legislation that's out there would be appropriate for Washington State, and how do we come up with something that is going to garner both attention and low amounts of opposition. I mean, in the past, my observation of some of the political dynamics in our state legislature has been that connectivity legislation could be perceived as a negative from more conservative and rural parts of the state, both on east side and west side. But I think that there are ways to overcome that and be able to emphasize the safety and economic opportunity aspects of it. And so that those are just considerations for a group like this to think about. But then just the last thing is that we're focused on Southwest Washington, and so does a Southwest Washington focused group actually want to work on state level policy, and do we think that will help us accomplish our goals?
That's on. The point you just made is sort of dovetails into my question. So I saw the video yesterday that Ted produced. What's his last name? Ted Nowski. And I guess I'm naive. Before I saw that video, I was like, oh, they put together this I-90 corridor whole connectivity thing, and it obviously was only for connectivity. That was the only impetus for that project. Obviously not. When I saw that, I was like, oh, there's avalanche problems, and there's problems with roadkill, with collisions and all that. And I know that the I-97, I think, was probably the same thing, or not I-97, Highway 97, the same thing. So do you feel that without some other hook, that this kind of, like, if it's just a connectivity effort, if it's just an effort to do highway modifications for connectivity, that really you can't get a critical mass? You have to have that other hook of like something else to really get that critical mass, especially from, maybe one side of the aisle versus the other side of the aisle.
Short answer is yes. I mean, I do think it really helps the prospects of success when you can explain how a connectivity project has broad benefits. But I was also surprised at the, in our discussions around the US 97 project, the variety of legislators who would just say, I hate seeing dead animals on the highway, and it's such a waste. And it makes me feel good to think about being able to construct something that allows wildlife to pass. And so there is actually a pretty strong connection that I think legislators have just as human beings. And so that's a good place to start from. But, the lessons that we learned from the 97 project were that we got a very broad coalition, including the the Republican state legislators, but also county commissioners and, mayors of towns. They got on board once they saw the safety implications. And once they saw that, people were coming to them and saying, we don't like to, we can't drive this highway at certain times of night. Some businesses were saying that they wouldn't employ people from, further south in the corridor because they didn't want their employees to be, at risk of accidents. And so like that really was the driver. I think, the cultural connection to mule deer was very strong as well, both for the tribal population and the white population in the local area. So I think every project's going to be a little bit different, but finding those hooks that are in addition to the connectivity piece, I think really enhances the success.
Schilling from UC Davis. So Fraser, you want to unmute?
Yeah, sure. Thanks. Yeah, I was just waiting. So one of the things I want to point out is that a lot of the federally funded projects or state funded projects won't come out as seeming like they're related to wildlife. And the vast majority of funding for transportation projects will be for things like bridges or adding a lane or retrofitting this or that. But those are very important places to look for possibilities for enhancing reduced wildlife vehicle collisions, especially because of the safety concerns. And so I would emphasize the STIP program as one place to start. And I'm going to put the link in the chat. I think you can, yeah, you can connect it from there. And every state has this, and it's one way of talking about future projects. There's other ways to find out future projects, but the further ahead of this we can get, the better. And so any of the BIL money that's coming to the states is coming through formula, which basically means they're going to distribute it according to the way they normally distribute funds, but they'll just get more of it. So the states will have the ability to build more projects. And a lot of the language in the BIL says that you have to consider wildlife connectivity, wildlife vehicle collisions, aquatic connectivity, et cetera. And so this is an opportunity to go after a lot of projects. But it's really critical that you find out early, or we find out early, what those are. So several years ahead of time. This isn't a next year kind of thing. And this would be a great thing for WSDOT people to comment on as well. What's the best way to go to a district person or headquarters person and say, hey, I want to know about future projects in these areas. I'm concerned about them. And what can you tell me, what projects are going to be taking place?
Yeah, those are great points. I just want to chime in too, Fraser, and say thank you for highlighting that. And the best way to really get these wildlife accommodations considered by the state transportation agencies tends to be including it in their state transportation improvement plan. So glad you flagged that. It also made me think when Jessica shares that PowerPoint with you, if you all end up looking at the slide on eligibility for habitat connectivity and wildlife vehicle reduction projects in the other transportation programs of the bipartisan infrastructure law outside of the wildlife crossings one, I noted where it's formula funding. If I didn't note formula funding, it means it's a competitive grant. So there actually are maybe a quarter of the opportunities are nationally competitive grant programs, whereas the other 75% is funding that goes out to the states via formula allocation.
You, Paula, and hi, Anna, good to see you. John Mankowski here. My question, Paula, is today's conversation rolled out some science that points to really important connectivity areas, pretty widely understood and well documented. Anna's talk and some of yours information shared that there's quite a bit of federal and maybe some state dollars available to do this. So you have the science, you've got money to do it. What seems to be missing is this coordinating body in the middle to pull people together, build community support, put in the applications, that type of stuff. Based on your experience with I-90 or 97, what sort of coordinating body makes the most sense is when we think about Southwest Washington? And are there funds to support the capacity needed for that coordinating body to exist? And I remember the I-90 project took about 4 years.
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think having a group of people come together representing multiple interests and agreeing to be that coordinating body is like in general, that's the best way to go. I don't know that there's a formula. You know, on the 97 work, it was relatively informal, and because we definitely spearheaded it, but because we're a conservation group and our particular conservation group had some history up in that part, that we didn't want to be the lead face of it. So we found someone else to be the lead face of it until people got less nervous with understanding that we were also involved and got to know us. So there was a lot of social work, right? I mean, that's maybe not the right phrase, a lot of relationship building and listening and getting over people's fears of what the projects might mean. And so I think having a group of people that has a variety of skills and a variety of relationships. And so obviously you need state agency folks, you need Department of Transportation at the table, having the technical experts that are, you know, always available to help guide where things should go and how they should be constructed. I mean, they always kind of need to be on hand. And then, you know, leaders of the particular communities and where we want the projects to go. So, you know, having representation from Lewis County is, you know, like here, thank you for being here, and, you know, other folks in the area, and then also just building on other groups that are already in existence. So, you know, the CCLC, I think, is a great locus of activity, and, you know, we already have decent representation from a cross section, and you know, you as the leader have been doing a lot of great outreach. I mean, I think that could be something could grow out of that to be a coordinating group for Southwest Washington projects. So I think there's several forms that could take, but the basic pieces of having representation of all the stakeholder groups that need to make decisions and that need to be informed and that have decision-making authority, and people that are respected by their communities and can do the outreach and that can convince folks or you know, be good at listening to people who might have concerns and fears and be able to get over them. I think those are the basic pieces that you need. Oh yeah, I don't think it's a barrier at all. Yeah.
That was great. We're going to take a break for lunch. After that, we'll come back and have a land management presentation, a panel, folks from DNR, the Quinault, and the Chehalis tribe talk about how they work with connectivity or don't work with connectivity. And then we are going to break for lunch, and you should break for lunch. Hopefully you got something good to eat, and we'll eat something in your name if you don't. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Paula. It was really great, super informative. I was taking pictures and totally baffled, so hopefully I can catch up in my mind. Yeah, so we'll be back at 1:15 and break for lunch, and see you all soon. So why don't you introduce yourself, give us a 5-minute, you know, just kind of a short, what you do with connectivity, if you do with connectivity, and sort of what you do in your day-to-day.
Hi, my name is Kristen Phillips. I'm the Wildlife Section Manager for the Quinault Indian Nation. And in general, our section is responsible for both wildlife management and research on the reservation and off reservation in the Quinault's ceded lands area, so lands where they traditionally hunted and gathered. Now, much of our work is very much focused on the reservation or within the boundaries of the reservation, since the Quinault Indian Nation does have a reservation of approximately 210,000 acres. And a lot of our work is really focused on, you know, forest management practices and ensuring that forest management practices on the reservation meet the needs of culturally important wildlife species, as well as the Section 7 requirements for threatened and endangered species. However, as I mentioned, we're also responsible for managing culturally significant species both on and off reservation. And how connectivity plays into this is, well, more immediately right now is the Quinault Indian Nation is a collaborator on the Olympic Cougar Project. I realize Dr. Elbrock will be speaking about that project more in detail, but the Quinault Nation is a partner in testing or collaring cougars, specifically with a target of subadult cougars, in order to track their movements across the landscape and hopefully be able to use those movements to test these models developed by the working group, as well as the Olympic Cougar Project's own landscape connectivity models. How the Quinault Nation really plays a role in that is each partnering tribe kind of has their own area, traditional area, and the Quinault Nation's traditional area borders that with US 12 and Highway 8. And so that's where we've really made an effort to try and target capturing these young dispersing cougars on the southern end of the peninsula, since those are the ones that are more likely to disperse south than ones that are caught up north in Port Angeles. So connectivity, in short, is really an integral part of our work right now in regards to that project. But in a general sense, for culturally significant species to the tribe, there's not a ton of fragmentation on the reservation or surrounding it. If you recall Brian's, the maps that he showed from the working group's modeling, a lot of that is pretty connected through working forests, at least for the species that such as deer, elk, and bear. But it is important having that genetic diversity, bringing that in to maintain the overall health of these populations. That's where I think connectivity really, on a broader sense on the landscape comes into play. And so I can say, though, just from as a wildlife manager, some of the challenges is conveying the importance of connectivity at this landscape scale directly to our policymakers or our community, because sometimes it might seem to those that, hey, why are you working on something so far away when we want you to be focused here on the reservation? So I think that's where outreach and education really comes to play. I'm not going to talk about the fisheries aspect. That's a lot easier to convey with connectivity. I know the nation is really involved in that with the aquatic, the ASRP work and restoring fish passage in many places. But my work is focused on terrestrial wildlife.
Oh, that's great. And I'm curious, can you speak a little bit to sort of challenges with outside of sort of the traditional land, like how connectivity could be sort of approach when we're talking about multiple different tribal lands, or we're talking about private land, or how would you, or could you, from your perspective or your position, work in that realm? Or is it always going to be within sort of the traditional land?
Well, I guess I need clarification. When you say traditional land, are you referring to the traditional hunting lands, like the ceded lands area? For example, for fishing, they call it usual and custom, where those areas that the Quinault Nation is guaranteed treaty right to hunt and fish, or are you referring to the reservation itself?
I'm sort of referring to both as you see what your scope is. So I don't want to limit it to one or the other, but, what do you see, from your perspective is where the line is you're supposed to draw, right? What is the boundary where your work stops, and if that makes sense?
Okay. I guess it depends on who you ask. I can say the Quinault Nation retains the right to hunt and gather in a much broader area than necessarily the state recognizes. However, sometimes the nation chooses not to hunt in these certain areas, but that does not mean that they don't have an inherent right guaranteed through treaties to do so. But that's a really good question, Brian, because it actually makes me think of one aspect of connectivity that comes into play for my work that I haven't touched on, and that was mentioned earlier this morning about this. I can't remember the word they used, maybe it's cultural connectivity. So connectivity of communities, of the different land ownerships. And that is actually a huge battle for my work, and I know a lot of other tribal biologists, is we're studying animals and we're trying to manage for sustainable populations for subsistence use of species that have these wide-ranging movements. And so we're monitoring them, but it's in a landscape that has this checkerboard ownership. And so having connectivity of access is a huge issue for me. That said, I would like to I want to say we have been given access for research through numerous private timber companies. I know the Olympic Cougar Project itself has more partnerships, but those that involve the Quinault Nation alone, Green Diamond, Weyerhaeuser, Rainier, Fruit Growers, the Nature Conservancy, and I know I'm missing a few others, but have allowed access for research and monitoring on their lands in order to monitor both elk and cougar. But I have very much hit challenges where we had a black bear population study going on the reservation, primarily on the reservation. As you know, these animals don't adhere to land ownership boundaries. And there's been times, especially with the checkerboard of private ownership, where I had, we were doing some denning work. I had a bear denning on some just smaller allotted private land, and everyone that I reached out to was interested and willing to let me come to go locate the den site, except for the one landowner that was at the gate of the road, kind of the guardian of that area. And so that has frequently happened is lack of access to these areas. And so I think that makes it particularly difficult, especially when we want to look at these crossings on the highway along Highway 12 and 8. I think we have a good working relationship from research and management perspective with some of the private timber companies, but it's those individual private landowners. A lot of them, they're the ones that are along Highway 12. They're the ones that have those crossings going through the lands, and so it is a challenge everywhere. And I think that's where open communication and outreach and education is key, because you mentioned earlier, I think it was you, Brian, that folks have to be aware of the issue first, rather than just be approached, hey, can I access your land? And at the same time, I think that's where there's challenges with large swaths of private timberland ownership at this time, where they're being approached by a lot more people, a lot more entities asking for access, and understandably so, maybe they're becoming a little more hesitant to provide that access. Sorry, I'm not sure if I actually answered your question there or not. So.
No, I think you answered a question I didn't even ask, which is even better. I think that makes perfect sense. Is there anything, we as like NGOs or, from outside perspective we can do to help facilitate the work you're doing without being intrusive or being sort of the arrogant, the arrogant older sibling trying to tell you what to do? But how can we assist you in the work you're doing without being, over assertive? I think is something I run into.
Oh, give us money?
Yeah, no, we love that. That's our favorite thing to do.
That's a tough question to answer, and I wish I could say. Let me think about that for a second. Was it Noel from DNR and someone from Chehalis that was supposed to be on this panel?
Yeah. So Ben, I still see Ben on. Ben, are you on, or is it just a ghost of Ben? There's Ben. Hey Ben.
Ben's out of the office. He's doing some field work, so his some of his employees working for him are watching.
Well, that's great. Well, that's too bad Ben could be here. And I think Hope had to log off earlier too, so it could just be us, which is unfortunate. Unless Noelle wants to speak to DNR. I see
So it
she's on
wasn't
there.
Noelle. I'm sorry, I got the wrong.
Oh, but she is on there. But if not, no, I think you and I can have a little bit more of this conversation because you're nailing some stuff. So I don't want to get too much into the Cougar project, but you know, we know, and you kind of mentioned this, but Highway 12 and those major highways are going to be huge issues, and some of them it's all WSDOT land. So how can we get, you know, the tribal community involved in stuff that has to do with WSDOT on connectivity stuff that is going to matter because species are going up and down there when that area might not be anywhere near you where that pinch point is, right? So we may be looking at a pinch point that's 60 miles from where you are, right? And those animals may need to go that way, but how can we better educate folks, but then bring you onto the team when we're talking about connectivity that's so far away from the work you're doing, but is totally related?
Well, yeah, 60 miles, and that's where I think a lot of it comes in my lap for internal outreach and education in regards to that. And not just once, but repeated, because as everyone knows, you know, with election cycles, different policymakers come into play and come to different seats. And so it's continual outreach and education. I can say one way that would be great to have, you know, assistance with NGOs is really outreach to our tribal youth in regards to whether, you know, they can come look at some crossing efforts. We have a lot of summer youth interns, and so that our department hosts, and so we're always looking for activities like field trips and stuff where we can talk about the importance of connectivity, because again, that's where I've given a lot of talks or had you once come and present to the tribal council about why do they care about the connectivity over there. Of course, sometimes there can be negative aspects associated with that too, depending on who you're speaking to. So depending if someone doesn't want to see wolves back on the peninsula, talking about restoring that connectivity from the Cascades, usually that question gets brought up too. Well, I know it's important for genetic diversity in the cougar population, or genetic diversity, you know, for ungulates and so forth, and having that gene flow. But isn't that gonna, what about wolves? We don't want wolves coming back here. Not saying that, I'm not saying that's an official stance of the nation, just those are some of the questions that get brought up, or disease transfer as well. I know that was a lot of the questions before treponine associated hoof disease was in our area. While improving connectivity here, how is that gonna, you know, is that gonna increase the rate of spread of hoof disease into our area? Sorry, I digress a little bit, but the, and so again, I think it's just bringing it back and relating it to how these are the traditional lands, even though it is 60 miles away, how 60 miles away from the reservation, but that doesn't mean that there weren't Quinaults, you know, traveling historically and using those lands, as well as I think a lot of that is, and I keep going back to education and outreach, but that's where a lot of those visuals, I can say that it has been a very useful aspect of the Olympic Cougar Project, is being able to show the movements of these animals and how, yes, that animal may have been captured up by Joyce or up in the Pitch GMU, and now it passed through the reservation, came around, checked it out, kept moving on down south, and showing how all these areas are connected. And again, it's, you know, I think it's a lot, sometimes it can be more obvious for one of our partner tribes like Skokomish, where they're a lot closer to Olympia. And so you can see all those linkages and those fragmentation points, the fragmented landscape, and the importance of restoring those linkages between corridors. It's a little harder to explain when it's just one giant swath of core habitat where we are. But again, that's where those movements and talking about the importance of genetic diversity comes into play.
Oh, that's great. Well, and since we're short on panelists, what I want to do is ask folks in the audience here or even online if you have questions or anything you want to chime in, because I think you're starting a real good conversation here. Like you're talking to me about we need outreach for youth and picking them out to a site, and I mean that's stuff we can set up, right? And is there other things that people are thinking about that might be an option, or any questions they might have for Kristen or myself about any of this stuff? Anyone in the room? Seeing temperature? No one? I can see hands. And can you see anyone online? I can't see anything from here. No.
One thing that we did do that I didn't mention was we've occasionally received requests from WSDOT we have Highway 101 that passes through the reservation in multiple spots, and so we've actually gone out with WSDOT employees before. The tribal council has granted permission for them to, put a camera out under a bridge. And again, I think a key thing is just following up, sharing the results afterwards. And I know I've heard that from when we've requested access from landowners is a huge complaint that I've heard is that a lot of times they'll grant access and then they hear nothing about it afterwards. They never get to hear the results of the study. So they've been, writing an access permit to someone for years, but never heard what was done or what was accomplished or any of the results. And so I'd say the same thing can go, as folks request tribal access for certain things. It doesn't guarantee access, but it doesn't hurt to ask. There's no harm in just asking, to follow up and, share the results of that work too, and help cement that relationship long term.
No, that's great. I think that's a key component, which, I feel like even I fall short of doing that kind of stuff where it's like I get all the good work done and then forget to remind other people that we did good work. And Jake has joined us. And so Jake has got a very interesting perspective to add to this panel. Are you ready to talk, Jake, or you got your mic on?
Yeah, I can share about what I'm doing in terms of connectivity. I'm on the board of the Veterans Ecological Trade Collective. I'll turn my camera on so you can see me. But I am on, no, not screen share. There we go. I'm on the board of the Veterans Ecological Trade Collective. I am a farmer in Lewis County right now. We're buying a mini farm in South Olympia, so I'll soon be in Thurston County and closer to the Veterans Ecological Trade Collective. I also do forest management. I'm starting a ecological remediation business called US Rake Force, and we do forest fire mitigation, like prevention, by doing fuel reduction on private land here in Western Washington. We use goats, and my life goal is to regenerate degraded landscapes, and I'm a veteran, obviously, on the board of Veterans Ecological Trade Collective. I've found that this regenerative work that we do in the forest and on the farm, it's regenerative to my soul, right? I have post-traumatic stress disorder from the war in Iraq, and I started doing regenerative agroforestry about 6 years ago, and I noticed pretty quickly how much I'd been missing my connection with the forest, and in the dirt. We started homesteading And I realized it's about my improvement happened after I reconnected with nature. I grew up in Idaho, and I grew to love the public land, and we had lots of access to it. And I went to join the Army and got stationed here in Washington, where there's less public land, less public access. But I was lucky enough to find some private forest and really do beneficial work that was beneficial to me. So now I'm able to help other veterans, and connectivity among veterans is huge. We were trained in the military to rely on each other. We couldn't do anything without a battle buddy, and that was ingrained in us. And when we get out of the military, and they spend a lot of time training us to rely on each other, forming these connections, and they don't do a lot of time out processing us and getting ready to do it by ourselves. We have 2 weeks of out processing, and they say good luck on your own, and we're completely disconnected from the reality that we've been a part of for the last 4 years, or however long someone's been in their career. And this regenerative work being beneficial to me, I've recruited other veterans in the area to come work with me, and it's beneficial to them too. We're reconnecting as comrades. That's a big problem for the veteran community, is not having that camaraderie that we had while we were in the service. And this work is a great avenue to reconnect that comradeship and do beneficial, meaningful work, regenerating our landscapes. So at VETC, that's what we're trying to do, and reconnecting wildlife travel, right? Being able to improve that is a real treat. So thank you.
Oops, that's great. Could you tell us a little bit, since I know you're also my volunteer intern working on the camera project. Can you tell us a little bit more about the farm and sort of, at least from your perspective, from what you know, how that's going to be integrated into the bigger picture connectivity? Just sort of your perspective as a new volunteer, what you've got out of it so far.
Well, I see the amazing. This is a huge opportunity for VETC to have a wildlife crossing on our property. As the volunteer, it's I see the importance of studying the where the wildlife are and what wildlife are there, and but as a board member of VETC, I can just see the bigger picture of why this is important just on my own. It's pretty obvious, the benefits. I don't know if that answered your question, Brian.
To my question, and I think Jessica has a question, and then we'll have Ben introduce himself.
Yeah, thank you both for that. And I think one of the things, Jake, that you touched on and sort of is that I've been thinking about since the start of the day we had the opening presentation in which there was the conversation around reconnecting, like reconnecting with people, reconnecting with the landscape, and reconnecting with how we're doing conservation on the ground. And so I think my question to you both, and Christine, you mentioned this as well, is reconnecting people to the landscapes that you're all working on and bringing people to those projects. And so from your perspective, how do we do that better? I work for a conservation organization, a nonprofit, as do others in this room. And so I guess the question to you as land managers and conservation people who are doing this work on the ground, how do nonprofits or other organizations who are interested in making connectivity successful on the ground, how do we illuminate that conversation, make it broader, bring more people to the table? Do you have any insights to that? That was a really difficult question maybe for you all to answer, but I guess that was interesting that everyone's been talking about that notion of reconnecting people to the landscape and reconnecting landscapes in general. So how do we bring that to bear, I guess?
I've got an idea about this. We need more money. We need more money. We need to be able to offer living wages, living wage jobs, and we need to be able to offer more jobs. So we need more money. We need more money for proper land management, and you all know that, I'm sure.
I was just going to say, from a tribal perspective, a lot of these areas where every area where these projects are occurring is someone's traditional, where tribal lands at some point, and someone's traditional lands. And so if it's in, within Quinault's area, that's where I think, what would be really interesting is not just bringing, like I mentioned, tribal youth to look at the project, but also connecting that back to how it's Quinault's traditional areas, how the area used to be used by the people traditionally. So kind of bringing the traditional ecological knowledge along with the work that you're doing, the connectivity in that area. And I think how we actually implement that is a matter of just prioritizing our time to do so. I know we all get extremely busy, myself included, during the field season, and that's where I need to, as the wildlife manager for Quinault, I need to do a better job about continually developing these connections, like with folks here in this group, in this meeting, and just making sure that we do prioritize that time, because what happens down the road and in the future really does depend on that next generation. And to me, that's sometimes the biggest bang for the buck in getting the tribes on board, or whatever entity or government it is really through, getting the youth excited about that work.
That was a good answer.
Yeah.
Those are great answers.
Martin also.
Yeah, Martin, you got a question, then we'll have Ben introduce himself.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks, Kristen. Thanks, Jake. Brian, yesterday you spoke of your photograph that you took under the bridge on the New Wacom, where it crosses I-5. So I went there and did a Google Earth and studied the terrain, and I saw that on the southwest bank, there's no trees. It's totally exposed. And it made me think about how in our state, we have funds that come from the state through the Recreation and Conservation Office dedicated to various watersheds in our state. I work with Nisqually and also with the Deschutes and Kennedy Creek and up here on the south side of the Sound. But my question to the panel and to you, Brian, is the watershed groups can score and establish a priority for funding with state funds for the projects that have the highest chance for salmon recovery. But in this case, couldn't there be a dedicated fund through the state for high priority passages that are on private land annexed to critical bridges and such, where there could be incentives to private landowners to plant along the riparian zone so that wildlife can get through it? That's my question. Thank you.
That's a loaded question, Martin. That's so many pieces to that. First, I'll say the Newaukum's an interesting example because we're not just talking about wildlife, right? We're talking about flooding. We're talking about erosion. We're talking about avulsions. We're talking about all the problems that come with, taking a river and giving it a tiny little corridor to move through. And you're right, the south side of that river has no trees, it has no substrate. In fact, a wildlife that walk down that side end up on the road because it's the only way to go. How do we leverage private landowners to give them the money other than conservation easements and stuff? I actually think a lot of this has to do with awareness. A lot of landowners don't see the benefit of getting involved with a lot of this stuff. They're not seeing like, well, what's in it for me, right? And that may sound selfish, but it's not, because we're humans and what's in it for me is an important question. And I think a lot of it has to do with, we need to present to them, to landowners, a narrative that isn't about wildlife necessarily. That can be a portion of it, but we need to be talking about flooding, resilience of the landscape. We need to talk about, long-term permeability of people. And so the funding, I think, comes once you have the support, but something for like Newaukum, that would take many agencies, WashDOT and DFW and the private landowners and all the entities that would come into play. And I'm on the Newaukum subcommittee where we're looking at projects up and down the Newaukum to try to find ones that make sense for the ASRP. And yeah, landowner willingness and landowner engagement have got to be the biggest barriers to any of that. We could have trillions of dollars sitting around to do stuff, but if no one lets you do it, it's a moot point. So yeah, I would actually lean towards it's about outreach and it's about shared values and finding where those things are. And then the funding can come later when you have a coalition looking for it, right? Until you have that coalition, the money is just paper. So that would be my thoughts on that. Did that answer your question?
Yes, Brian, thank you. I'm happy to participate this afternoon with your team.
Yeah, great. And Ben, could you introduce yourself and give like a 5-minute just introduction to yourself, connectivity, the gist? And it's good to see you, man.
Hey, it's good to see you too, Brian. This is a great conference you got going, and thanks for having me. I was just meeting with a contractor to get knotweed sprayed, so I had to show him some of the spots to get into the river here on the reservation. And that's actually one of the hardest parts we have around here is entrance into the river, like finding that spot just to get to the river. And that's why, I had to make a specific map and go meet him at these locations. There's not like a easy trail to like a nice sandy gravel beach bar that everyone can go and meet at and hang out on our stretch of the river. It's pretty secluded and tough to get down to it. And so that's like if somebody was to bring an airboat to come in, I'd have to go make some friends up, past or around the Independence Bridge or something just to get that in so they could then come downstream. So that was something that was talked about last year when I participated in one of the wildland firefighter meetings that they had right before the tribe had done their first burn for over 100 years on a prairie here. And we talked about the fires that used to burn hundreds of years ago when it used to be part of the medicinal practices that they had here at the tribe. What they mentioned, you were able to like see the river from outside the tree line because all of that underbrush continually would get burned, and so access, like you could sprint to the river was something that they were mentioning. So it was easy for the kids to participate down in there and all that. And so that's something that we've been kind of thinking about around here lately is reconnecting to the river, trying to find just good locations to go visit it. And so that's a little side note that you got me thinking about. But I'm the restoration coordinator here for the Chehalis tribe in the DNR section. And some of the stuff that I'm in charge of is there's a really big riparian planting that we're doing just south of Porter on a bunch of land that the tribe has purchased, and we're giving it a 300-foot riparian buffer, and I think it's about a half a mile or more of a stretch. And so we're during this maintenance season, it's really tough to do a sit down like this right in the heart of all the boots on the ground time that we're going to have, and we've fallen behind because of how wet our season has been up until just like a month ago. And so access to my riparian plantings, I could only get there if I had a side-by-side, but I couldn't get a mower over there or any of our trucks. We just couldn't get past the wet dips until just recently. And then it was like, oh, we got to start mowing. And then as soon as the mowing was done, then it was like, oh my gosh, we got to start watering because here's that hot, dry period. And we just had and have 4 high schoolers as part of the like a youth program that they do every summer. And we have 4 high schoolers working with us here at the DNR. And so I've got them a little bit to go help water. We're going to be doing some tansy pulling, lots of hard work. And it's so we try to mix it up and send them off with other people so I don't just get them uninterested in this kind of environmental work. But it's really cool to get to work with them and to show them the wheres and the whys about what we're doing out in the riparian zone. Why are we planting them? What are these plants that we have out here? They're plants that have been around here for thousands and thousands of years. And so it's fun to put them in and to participate with these youth, and they can come back the rest of their life, and see these riparian plantings and have a connection just with those themselves. And out in this riparian zone, there's a whole bunch of where we're planting. There's a bunch of fences I chatted with Brian about, and the benefits of removing all of these fences. So like between my riparian planting and the river, there's a barbed wire fence, and then in between each lot of plantings, as you move up and down the river, there's a big fence in between those, and then on the other side of the planting, we've got Highway 12, and there's no safe passage there, except I guess when the semis aren't going down, 55 miles an hour. And so, when we start talking about that habitat corridor on I-5, I start thinking about what we might be able to do here on Highway 12, because this is a pretty great habitat all around us. We've got the Capitol Forests, on one side. We have all that non-inhabited land just south of the Chehalis River from where we're at. So we have lots of bears, lots of deer, lots of coyote. So I know there's a lot of great habitat for them and that the animals are here. And so it's definitely, in my mind, especially every time I see a deer hit on the side of the road on Highway 12, that we've got to figure something out over here to help create those connectivity passageways for sure. One thing that we're doing to help that is we've got a culvert that's not, it's a fish passage barrier, and it's on Harris Creek. It's the last fish passage barrier on Harris Creek, I believe. It's before you get to the confluence of the Chehalis River. So I figured, I went through the whole permitting process, filling the JARPA out. I'm having to find an engineer, and we're waiting to hear back from the Army Corps so we can get out a bid for contractors. But that's great. We're going to open up miles of a great fish habitat by taking that culvert out. And that's kind of where I'm at right now, and what I'm up to and what I'm thinking about when it comes to connectivity. So thanks for having me.
No, that's great, Ben. Thank you. And thanks for coming back. I know it's a busy season, and I know boots need to be on the ground. And I got to say, when you're talking about fencing and planting, that's that small scale stuff that's not small scale at all, right? That's the stuff that really is going to make a corridor functional. I want to get to some questions before we run out of time here. I think I saw Bill Vogel, your hand was up first.
Yeah, you guys couldn't hear me earlier. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. This was in response to that south bank of the Nowacum, where it seems to be, eroding as well. So it's a problem in several ways. And I was hoping that maybe John Mankowski or somebody a little more familiar with it could talk about this, but it's been a few years since we discussed this problem that a lot of people don't understand things beyond their own organization. And so NRCS has programs, the state has programs, and how can they fit together? And so the idea was to create this clearinghouse, and I believe that significant progress has been made on that. Did you want to address that, John?
I think John has left for the day. Yeah.
So I have to confess that, I got involved a little bit, but other people from my agency were involved. And I was in on the discussions where we set up this conservation tool, and I think they call it a conservation mapper now. It's on their website.
Yeah, it's on the website.
Yeah, so I mean, to me, this was an important thing, even to the point of maybe finding one agency that has the ability to house a person and fund them to pull all these different things together. It really would be nice to know what progress has been made, because I think they've made significant progress. But
yeah, and I mean the CCLC tool that you're mentioning, it's huge, and I think it's going to be used a lot in the future. I think part of the problem is going to be capacity, right? NRCS has a program, DFW might have something, this and that and this and that. And yeah, you would probably need a dedicated funded person to do this all the time, because every year there's something new, something's changed, something's been maybe it's just been tweaked a little bit, or there's information out there that people aren't aware of, and to keep pulling that stuff together year after year, that'd be a full-time job. And I think there's been progress made, and I think this room, this summit, and a lot of the people in it are a testament to that. But I don't think we're anywhere near the point of being able to look at something and go, aha, here's all the things that overlap here, and here's the things I can pull from. I don't think we're there yet, but I think the work Sean's done with the CCLC and other groups here are starting to get there. And definitely the mapping products they've put out is going to be a foundation for doing that. Oh yeah, Alan. Oh, come on. I have Alan come up front here because he looks so good on camera.
Yeah, in response to that, so Fish and Wildlife Service right now, we have brought on a summer intern to help expand that. We're calling that the Conservation Program Explorer, and that's all available through the Cascades to Coast Landscape Collaborative website. We've brought on a summer intern to help build out that tool, and the tool, it looks very basic, but it's very user-friendly. It's a series of drop-down menus where you pick your county, either in Washington or Oregon, and have another drop-down menu for what type of land do you have. Do you have forested land? Do you have access to a riparian area off your land? And another drop-down for what type of incentives are you looking for? Is it monetary incentives, or are you looking for maybe financial assistance, or even just like guidance on how to do work or how to make improvements on your land? And but anyway, the tool, you pick your drop downs, and then a big long list of relevant programs that would help assist in that regard. So programs from federal programs, state programs, counties would show up in the list. And the tool is built out right now for the Western Washington counties. So certainly stuff that's falling within the boundaries of this this summit. And then it's being built out now for Eastern Washington and for, I believe at the moment as well, Southwest or Western Oregon too. But the goal at the end of it is to have Washington and Oregon, all counties, and the programs that are in there. And as folks have recognized, as far as updating the website there, yes, that will take some dedicated capacity, but CCLC is looking at ways to ensure that, to make sure that this stuff stays relevant and up to date as we move forward. But I'm glad that folks put a shout out for that. And yeah, the Conservation Program Explorer tool off the Cascades to Coast Landscape Collaborative website. Definitely worth checking out and sharing widely. So I'll turn it back.
I will make sure to include a link to that tool in the resource guide that we'll be sending out at the end of this summit.
Perfect. And then I think I saw Fraser's hand go up too.
Yeah, thanks, Brian. In terms of interacting with the public and communities and maybe people we don't normally interact with very much, depends on who we are, I guess. I found over the years that a lot of people, they're familiar with the idea, especially in rural areas, they're familiar with the idea of wildlife moving around. They see them moving, they see them dead on the road. And it makes sense to me to really stop using the terms corridor and linkage, which don't have a lot of ecological meaning, and use different terms that people can relate to. You know, like people who live outside of one of these green zones and they see wildlife, they may react, you know, wonder, well, what is this thing you're talking about? Whereas if we talk about wildlife connectivity or wildlife movement or wildlife need to move or, you know, other things like that, we're really talking about much more of the landscape. It's more ecologically meaningful and it relates directly to people's experience. You know, even right on the edge of towns, they're going to see wildlife. So I think it's worth thinking about that and just discontinuing this idea of corridors and linkages, which again don't really have much ecological meaning.
That's a whole panel on itself. That's great.
Well, just the public communication part of it is what I was trying to get across.
No, absolutely. And I think it's a great point because sometimes when we talk in corridors, linkages, cores, all this stuff, it's really jargon. That you're right, doesn't mean a lot to people. So I think that's a great point. And I'll say this, after hearing every single person speak on this panel, it's human connectivity. Again, just like the speak this morning that we're talking about connecting with people and communities and cultures and ideas and values. And those are going to be the things that move this stuff forward. So yeah, I've got a lot of those conversations. Are there any other questions before we slow this thing down and thank our panel? Anybody in the room? No? Anyone online? Okay, thank you, all three of you. I really appreciate. Oh, you saying something, Kristen? You got a question? You don't need a question. You can just talk.
Sorry. No, it was just one thing I wanted to add when we were talking about, you know, that cultural community connectivity and how a lot of these areas that are so important are in checkerboard ownership. And I just want to share about, you had asked about challenges in implementing connectivity work on the landscape. And one of those has been, that I've encountered on multiple occasions, has been, especially when it comes to the game camera work, is concerned about the private landowner of, well, how is this data going to be used? Who's going to see it? And what about non-target species? And so that's just something that, you know, I want to bring, folks may already know, I might be stating the obvious, but bring people's attention is that you might not realize it, but folks might be saying no because they're worried about what you're, you know, let's say, I hate to say about it, what if there's a threat and your target is not to look for threatened and endangered species, but what if it shows up on the camera? And so I've actually, a lot of landowners that I meet are very concerned about that. Well, what if you detect this, or what if you detect this animal, and what's that impact not then going to have on my land management activities? And that's where we've actually, I've used, or we've generated MOUs or MOAs, memorandums of agreements, that state how it's going to be used, and that we're only focusing on these target species and so forth. And that's actually helped with us to gain access into certain areas. Of course, we never want to have to exclude certain data that is collected, you know, just based on species, but that is one of a huge issue that we've faced when trying to gain access onto working forests that aren't owned by the tribe.
Great point. Thank you for that. Anything else? God, this is good. Okay, well, we'll roll on. I want to thank you guys so much. That was awesome. I really appreciate having you all here. I know it's busy season and it's tough to make the time, but hopefully in 2 years when we do this again, we'll all be in person and happy hour will be much more fluid. No pun intended. All right, thank you all. And we'll be moving on to a presentation about fish here from the Lewis County Conservation District. Give me a second, get that set up, and we'll keep rolling.
Alrighty, I'm Kenna Fosnot with the Lewis Conservation District, and I know we've talked a lot about terrestrial connectivity, but I'm going to talk a little bit today about aquatic connectivity, specifically fish passage projects in Lewis County. So for some background, we started looking at fish barrier projects in the 1990s due to concern that there was habitat that was inaccessible to salmon for spawning and rearing habitat. And many of these culverts were deteriorated or improperly installed. So the Lewis Conservation District began assessing these culverts, and the purpose was to create a ranked inventory list. So in order to do this, we adopted the Fish and Wildlife protocols for ranking these culverts. They would then be deemed either impassable, passable, or unknown. And within that impassable, they could be ranked depending on their degrees that they were impassable to fish. So to get a little bit more specific on Lewis County, there were over 2,000 barriers that were identified in the Chehalis Basin. And again, these were, man-made barriers, either dams or culverts. Often the problem was that the culverts might be undersized, they might be deteriorated, they might have velocity that fish were unable to swim through. And so Lewis Conservation District has replaced nearly 70 of these culverts since 2000. So this has opened up access to about 215 miles of habitat to support these salmon populations. And so you can see the map here where it shows the different degrees of passability on these culverts. We've got the green dots that are either passable where culverts have been replaced. We also have the red triangles that are designating that there's a barrier. So the culverts were systematically identified, and then from there, they were ranked, and then we were able to start working on these replacements. So in terms of what fish barrier removal is looking like, here is an example of a culvert that posed a barrier to salmon and other species. And this barrier culvert was a barrier due to velocity, and it was also used as a cow crossing and was a low point, so we thought it could also be a source of pollution and nutrients into the stream. And so, yeah, it was ranked, I believe, 33% passable. And so it was then replaced with this 70-foot steel bridge with concrete sills. And as you can see, we also customized the bridge to meet the specifications of where it's located. In this case, there was a possibility that the bridge may undergo some flooding because, again, we're on Scammon Creek, a tributary that's very close and runs right into the Chehalis River there. And so we also planted a riparian area around the bridge. And so I thought this was a great example of what the project looks like when we're looking at the concerns. And when you got up close to the culvert, not only was it clearly a velocity barrier, but it was also deteriorating, and you could see that it was visibly starting to rust out and weaken. And so to elaborate a little bit more on what that culvert assessment might look like, again, we're all following those standardized fish and wildlife protocols. And so that involves going and you are measuring the slope of the culvert. You're also measuring the size of the culvert relevant to the stream to see if it can actually handle the amount of water that's going through it. A lot of times from a landowner standpoint, we'll see not only is it a barrier to fish, but an undersized culvert is also a large problem to humans because during flood events, it can flood over driveways and it can completely block out roads from access. So drawing back to the connectivity, once we install these bridges that can actually handle the high flows and are actually sized to handle high flows in the future with any changes due to climate change, now the stream can resume its more natural course and these fish can now be reconnected to their habitat to support their populations. So let's look at a focus basin, and I chose to look at the Newaukum. So this has been identified as a focus basin for salmon recovery under the ASRP through the Chehalis Basin Strategy. The Newaukum is also a focus basin for a variety of other reasons, including water quality or temperature concerns. We have removed 16 barriers in the Newaukum since 2000. And here is an example of a culvert that has an outfall drop. And that was the after when the culvert was replaced. So it's always nice to have those before and after photos. Okay. So yeah, so here's just a little bit of a project highlight. So here's a site where we replaced 2 culverts on the Middle Fork Newaukum. This culvert was 33% passable, had an infall drop, had a slope that was a problem for velocity, and it was replaced with a 70-foot steel bridge. This is also a great example of when we find one culvert that's problematic. There was actually another smaller barrier culvert that was located upstream, and we replaced that smaller barrier at the same time. And so this is a great example of how it's very advantageous when we can group these culverts together, because it's great financially because we already have the resources in that area. We already have our engineer in the area. We already have our contractor working in the area. So anytime that we can work and group these culverts together for grants, that is going to be a great opportunity. And here is a little bit of a before and after. We ended up opening up 3 miles of habitat access for coho, steelhead, sea run cutthroat, and resident trout. So here is a great example of a map that shows the Newaukum. This is on the Washington State Fish Passage map, which if you haven't seen, it's a great way to look at what culverts are in your area and if they're considered a blockage. I know the first time that I looked at that map, I was blown away. I had no idea that there were so many culverts, not just in Lewis County and Washington, but just so many that were failing or that needed help or were a barrier to these fish. So this is a great example of how we worked alongside Lewis County to target this area. So you can see that some of the culverts were replaced by Lewis Conservation District. Others were targeted by Lewis County at the same time. We also partner with other organizations like NRCS. You can even see that one in this area was removed by the landowner. And so you can see that I put the funding next to some of them. These culverts have been replaced by a variety of funding. One of those is FFP. That's the Family Forest Fish Passage Program. And that is for private landowners who have timber to replace the culverts that are on their property that are blockage. And they just have a few other program criteria that they have to meet, such as having timber, having an access road to that timber. But there's a variety of sources that once we have that established and ranked culvert inventory list, we can still then look at the areas that are high priority and apply for grants for those specific culverts of concern. So some culverts that we are working on this summer, we actually have 5 culvert projects that we have in the works. So they are, we have 2 culverts that we're planning on to replace with bridges on King Creek, culvert removal on Berwick Creek. In some instances, the landowner may no longer need that crossing at all, and it doesn't necessarily need to be replaced by a bridge or a larger culvert, and they can remove it completely, which is also a wonderful opportunity. Not only is it more affordable, but it also is a great opportunity to open up that fish passage. We have that other one on the South Fork Newaukum and a culvert replaced with a bridge on a tributary to Hannaford Creek. And so as I mentioned earlier, our funding sources are a variety, FFP, the Brian Abbott Fish Barrier Removal Board, and some of our own funding through the Conservation Commission. So we look for a variety of opportunities where we can replace these. And that photo was one of the culverts that we are planning to replace this summer. So looking into future projects, we usually have some that are on our list that we are in the process of trying to find funding for. Currently, we have 2 that we have received partial funding for, and we're coordinating with Lewis County to target the same streams, which makes it even more powerful because if we replace one culvert, but there's barrier culverts all around it, we're really not going to be opening up as much fish passage as we could be. So by multiple agencies collaborating, it's so much more powerful to open up an entire reach for this habitat. So there's a lot of challenges to finding this, to actually funding these culverts. One of them is finding match. As many of you may know, we may get a grant and the culvert may be possibly, partially funded, and then we have to then go out for match to find another group or funding source that will fund the remaining part of the culvert. Another problem that we come across is landowner willingness. I know that this was mentioned earlier this evening, and there may be a really good culvert project that ranks really high for need, and the landowner is not interested in having us on their property. They're not interested in, receiving our funding or having our help replacing the culvert. And so that's another huge difficulty, is finding landowners that want to work with us to replace their culverts and are excited about fish passage. Finally, some grants can have different requirements. That can be hard if grants are looking at different priorities or different focus areas. So maybe one grant might really like this project and it's great under these criteria, but the project isn't as great under these other criteria. So that is another difficulty that we face when doing these culvert projects. But to go forward, essentially, we look at a variety. These projects that we're trying to fund right now, the reason why we believe that they're so valuable is we look at a variety of habitat. So we're not only looking at the advantage to fish, we're also looking to other species that might be present and that might benefit from this habitat being opened up. So, for example, are there brook lamprey present? Are there beaver dam complexes and wetlands located in the area? And is there abundant rearing habitat for coho? We can look at things like the substrate and see if there's really good spawning gravel that we'll be opening access to. So, there's a variety of different environmental factors that we look at. And here's a photo that we had from one of our fish passage projects. What we often do is we'll help with the defishing so that the project, while the project is being replaced, and when they're doing any in-stream work in that fish window, we can help remove fish so that they're not harmed during that process. And I think that's always a really great opportunity to see all the species that are being benefited from that project at the time. So here is our contact information. Again, I'm Kenna, and this is Bob Amrine, the district manager. I know that he has been involved in many of these fish passage projects since the beginning of his career with the Conservation District. And we've, just to elaborate, some of you may have heard about that Oxbow Marker 19 Warehouser project that we did last year, where we restored an oxbow where it had previously been blasted out, and it had created this basically an artificial waterfall that was solid rock and had a huge drop, and that was a massive fish barrier. And so we rerouted into an old oxbow and restored all of that habitat, and then put bridges over so that now there was not only more fish habitat, but it also created amphibian habitat, and we did, planting and riparian areas around it. So lots of interesting things. I put a link on the Chehalis Fish Passage barrier prioritization, and that is so that you can see exactly what that looks like and how they're ranked. So does anyone have any questions?
Oh, yeah. I've got a few questions.
Yeah.
I guess I'll start with this. So when you have a willing landowner and they want to do something, right?
Yes.
how can we incorporate other aspects into fish passage, right? Like, I know we're not dealing with busy roads or anything, but if we know there's a species that's in the area that might use a substrate inside of a culvert, is it something that you all have the capacity to think about, or is it just fish passage?
So are you, I mean, I guess it'd be great if you could clarify, because often
Sure.
if we replace with a bridge, you know, that would allow.
So they are bridges. They're not just going to be bigger culverts.
Occasionally,
Okay.
it may be bigger culverts, but these would be much larger, and they would be able to actually handle the capacity of the stream. They would be at the right level for species to pass through instead of being perched up high, so things can't actually get up through the culvert. Additionally, a lot of times we actually may put some fish gravel in the bottom of the culvert when we replace it, and then that allows for even better habitat at the bottom. But of course, bridges are kind of the best case scenario when we can do a bridge. But again, one of the big things we're seeing again and again with our projects is just these costs are skyrocketing. And projects that would have cost, half the cost a couple years ago, it now seems like steel prices, everything is just skyrocketed. So it's getting harder and harder to do these projects and to afford these large bridges.
No, that's a great point. And then two more questions.
Yeah, of course.
As you open up some of these channels, it's not just going to be fish, right? You're going to get semi-aquatics, potentially beavers, stuff like that moving up them.
Yeah.
Are these bridges, are you prepared for beaver dams around those bridges? And are they big enough that it's not going to cause a big problem?
Yeah, so one thing that you may have noticed in these before and after photos is you'll see a very small culvert, and then in the after photo, you'll see this large bridge. And so the reason that a small culvert that might be a 4-foot culvert is then replaced by, a 70-foot bridge is so we really want to account for high water levels. We want to account for flooding. We want to, like I had mentioned, we want to account for climate change and rising water levels. And so often I believe that these culverts are engineered and our engineers have a lot of experience with this in-stream work. So they're specifically engineered to take all of that into account. And so, that's something where we want to, encourage those natural processes again. And often there are beaver dam complexes in the area.
Okay, that's a great answer. My favorite conservation district.
Yeah.
And I guess the next question, and this isn't necessarily related to fish, but when you're dealing with landowners that say have decommissioned roads or roads on larger parcels that aren't really used anymore, is it something the conservation district can go in and take them out or remove them if that's something they want, or is that out of your purview?
I have seen where we remove a crossing, and so a road is sort of, decommissioned in that way. That crossing is no longer there, and then we would also take out that material that was artificially put there. But I haven't seen us necessarily decommission the full length of the road. That would be more of just looking at that in-stream work.
Yeah, and I think if you remove a bridge or a connector, it's essentially decommissioned. Right? It's not, it will grow.
I mean,
it's not an official document.
But. In the past, actually, I was involved. I got to see the process of a culvert project where there was a culvert that was removed that had been an old driveway, and then that gravel area, they brought in some soil and tried to rough it up and then plant some trees and revegetate it. Which can be difficult because oftentimes those roads have been driven on so much that they're very hard packed down. But whenever we do any of these projects, we try to revegetate with grass and native plants in any area that will no longer be used. So.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, that's it for me. If there are other folks. Martin, is your hand up for a question, or is that a lingering hand?
No, Brian, I don't have a question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I have a question about, I typed in my notes, your challenges, finding match, landowner willingness, which Brian addressed, and grants with different requirements. But I guess from your perspective with this group here and virtually, how do we improve your chances of getting grant funding, or how can we help you create partnerships where we improve the opportunity for us to be doing more projects in your district? And I'm excited to see what you've already done, but
yeah,
what are the opportunities there for this partnership?
Right. Well, like as you can see, over the years, we have replaced nearly 70 of these culverts and 5 of them that we're working on this year. And I'd say that one of the most valuable aspects might be, and I'll have Bob chip in on this as well, but one of the most valuable aspects is probably education and helping to get private landowners involved. Because, you know, if they have a barrier culvert on their property, but they are not interested in getting involved, then, you know, if they're not willing to work with us or not interested at that time, then there's not necessarily anything that we can do. But, you know, I look back at a project that we did on Wisner Creek in about the 2008, 2010, where a landowner had absolutely no idea that there were even salmon on his property. In fact, he had been adamant that there was not any fish on his property. And so through working with the district and through education, he actually came around. And this was actually a case where the creek had been channeled and became an artificial wetland, and habitat was disconnected because there was no longer that channel. So we actually went through and recreated that historical channel that had been destroyed by the previous landowner. And now he is a complete advocate for fish and for salmon. He's looking for salmon any chance he gets. He's showing us pictures. He's a absolute beaver lover, and he's sending us photos and showing us all the beaver dams that have been created on the property. And so I would say just education and showing. I think it also helps, you know, having the credibility of, we have done so many of these projects. We have a lot of experience. We have engineers that have a lot of experience on how to do these projects right. So I think the credibility aspect also helps. But
Thanks, Kenna. Great job. The thing that Kenna mentioned that I think is very important is finding match for these projects. That's where the Triple F Double P program, it funds a project 100%, but you have to be you know, forest landowner, private non-industrial forest landowner. So those, when they submit a simple application, 1 page, they're ranked statewide, and if they're funded, get a contract with RCO, we sponsor it and go and engineer, design, and construct within 1 year. That some of these projects now, because of the expense, you know, we're looking at $200,000. So we go get 150,000. We need another 50,000 from another source, specifically surfboard projects, Brian Abbott Fish Recovery Board projects. They need match. So that's the main difficulty we run into. But you can see we've bit off all the low hanging fruit. So that's why we coordinate with Lewis County so much, because there's a lot more habitat above public road projects than private projects on private property that we're finding now.
That's great information to have, and I know that there's opportunity for us to try and get that.
You run into all different kinds of landowners. I mean, currently we have a landowner that we'd like to replace a barrier. We replaced one upstream of the one he still has. He's adamant that we're causing worse flooding because we're opening up an area that's holding back water during a flood event. So he's pushing that, and we're trying to convince him that, you know, we need to get the water down to the river to get it out to the Grays Harbor as fast as we can instead of backing it up. But there's arguments about that some people believe him. So things like that's what we run into. But we're always watching for land ownership changes and go after the new landowner. And a lot of times you can convince people to do what you want to do. Some people are just set in their own ways.
Yeah. Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Ken. That was really good. That was really great. And I'm going to be calling you all a lot more. I apologize for that. Apologize ahead of time. So we're moving right along. It's been really great. I think the next presenter is Mark Elbrock with Panthera on the Olympic Cougar. And Mark, if you want to just take control, you can share your screen and we'll just turn it over to you and you can introduce yourself and we will just hang back and watch. If you hear me.
I hear you. I don't know how it works with Teams. Should I have our camera on so you can see us? Or-
Yeah, you can have them on. It's up to you though. I don't want anyone uncomfortable. And we're going to be looking at your slides anyway.
Right. Well, we'll turn it on and say hello.
Hi.
Sorry not to be there in person. We're hailing from Port Angeles on the North Peninsula, and there are two of us here. Kim Sager-Fradkin has joined us and will be co-presenting on the Olympic Cougar Project with me. And so hopefully you see us and we wave, and then you can just look at the slides, which are far more interesting and beautiful. Away we go. Here we go. So the project itself, just to kind of give you a bit about it. Let me just get my thing to start working here. I need to start the show. There we go. Here we go. Whoop, one too far. The project itself is massive in scale, in terms of people and organizations, tribes, nations that are involved. And I'll just start by saying that it is co-led by two people, Kim Sager-Fradkin, who's sitting next to me, who is the wildlife manager for the Lower Elwha Clallam tribe, and myself at Panthera. But that is, we're in collaboration with so many other folks. And importantly, I'll mention that this group of people that you see here is in fact not even all of us, but it does capture many of the key people that we represent. The Skokomish tribe, Bethany Ackerman, the Quinault Indian Nation with Kristen Phillips, the Point No Point Treaty Council with Dylan Bergman, the Jamestown Sklallam and Port Gamble Sklallam tribes, Port Gamble, Sharon, the Macaw tribe with Shannon Murphy, and who am I forgetting? Any of our key leaders right there? We got Dylan. So those are like the core leadership, and Kristen from Quinault. I think I mentioned Kristen. And we work with Greg and Russell Jones and Matt. What's Matt's last name? Cox. Those are the three hound handlers that we work with on our project. We have graduate students. We have people who are working for all the tribes for Panthera. We're a huge team, and I just want to recognize how big we are and how important all these folks are to making it happen. Just very briefly to tell you a little bit about the finances of the project, just to honor the folks who are contributing and supporting the work, and also to kind of help tell the story of how it all began. But this really began with a large grant provided by the Administration for Native Americans that was led by the Lower Elwha Clallam tribe, but in collaboration with several of the other partner tribes. And then Panthera primarily pulls from private individuals and foundations to support this work. Right now, the work that we sort of do is driven by Washington local donors, and which is super exciting, and they're incredibly generous people. And then I think now 4 tribes have received U.S. Fish and Wildlife tribal wildlife grants, and they all contribute to aspects of the larger Olympic Cougar Project. So there's a tremendous amount of resources being funneled into this single effort that we collectively call the Olympic Cougar Project. And from there, I'm going to turn it over to Kim.
Hey there. So again, I'm the wildlife program manager for the Lower Elwha Clallam tribe, and I'm just going to give you a little bit of a background on really land management in the Americas and sort of where we came from and where we are now, and how tribes try to fit into the landscape as it stands right now. So historically, at European contact, the Americas, North America, which we're looking at here, was really covered by Native peoples. There were territories of many, many peoples. And that, as we know, there has been a long and complicated history since European contact, which has brought us to a place where much of this nation now is covered by private land. So this is a really striking map to me, in that it shows just how much private land there is in the central and eastern part of the United States, and how really relatively lucky we are here in the western United States to have a lot of public land. But this is really complicated for tribes. because tribes, many tribes did sign on in the late 1800s. They signed on to federal treaties, many of which have been broken over the years. But the treaty areas now cover a variety of land management regimes. So the 3 treaty areas covered on the Olympic Cougar project are the Treaty of Point No Point, the Treaty of Quinault River, and the Treaty of Nia Bay. And you can see from this map that each of these treaty areas covers private property, including large industrial timberlands, a lot of Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife land, or excuse me, DNR land, a little bit of WDFW land, Olympic National Park, and tribal lands. So this really complicates matters, but it also allows the tribes to work across land managers. And most of us work well outside of the boundaries of reservations, and we can come together and work together over large swaths of land ownership. And we think that makes us unique and really important for discussing connectivity, because we need connected landscapes. Tribes historically had connected landscapes, and we are able to work over large swaths of areas and try to continue to protect protected landscapes. And so let's talk a little bit about treaties. All of the partners on this, the Olympic Cougar project, signed treaties with the federal government in 1855 and 1856, beginning the federally recognized relationship with the US government. And in these treaties, tribes retained a lot of rights. We retained rights to hunt on open and unclaimed lands, to regulate hunting activities of tribal members, and to manage wildlife resources, which is now a responsibility shared with Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. And tribes play a really unique role and have a lot of overlap with both land ownership agencies and regulatory entities. So when we talk about land ownership in the Western United States, we're talking about US Forest Service, Bureau of Land Management, US Fish and Wildlife Service, in Washington, the Department of Natural Resources, National Park Service, and many other entities. And then we are dealing with regulatory entities as well. So we've got state agencies and federal agencies, and the tribes kind of have to bridge both of these worlds. And the tribal nations may or may not, depending on the tribe, own their own large tracts of land. They do have treaty rights over large areas, whether or not they own that land. And that is really important for everyone to understand. Tribes have treaty rights that are conferred, and that tribes can exercise those treaty rights on lands that are not owned by them, because obviously historically those areas were tribal areas. Tribes also promulgate their own hunting regulations. So all of the tribes on the Olympic Peninsula set their own harvest regulations, separate from the state. But we are also subject to certain federal regulations like the Endangered Species Act and the Marine Mammal Protection Act. So we do follow some of these regulatory guidelines. So it's complicated. We can say that for sure when we talk about that kind of relationship. But we really want to manage for the next seven generations of tribal members. Their tribal subsistence harvest is very, very important. Some tribes do hold timberline lands, so there's a lot of different constituents when we talk about tribal members. And every tribe manages their own lands and their own tribes differently. But again, subsistence harvest is a common theme among most tribes. And on the Olympic Peninsula, we have come together and realized that we do share a long-term community goal of monitoring and managing wildlife populations and preserving intact habitats. And this means connected habitats, places that animals can move without development, without highways, the ability to move around the landscape. This is important to tribes. So we want to make sure that intact wildlife habitats are preserved for the benefit of the next 7 generations, for both subsistence harvest purposes and for the greater ecological health of our shared regional landscape. And because of that history and our desire to meet the same goals, we have been able to come together and work together in this larger Olympic Cougar Project. So we're going to talk about 4 parts of the Olympic Cougar Project today. The first will be estimating wildlife abundance and capacity building. We're going to talk about general ecology, just a little bit, wildlife connectivity to the lower Cascadia, and healthy human wildlife communities.
So to begin with, we just want to talk about that there are many ways to estimate the abundance of a population of animals. And that's one of the things we struggle with, in particular with cougars. And so this is part of the capacity building that was requested by the tribes who are interested in knowing how many, not just cougars, but how many elk and deer, black bears, and other species are in their hunting areas, as well as the areas that they caretake for other aspects of tribal life. And so we've been kind of trying to figure out the best way to come up with the abundance of these species in non-invasive ways that are cheap, cost-effective, and reliable, and could be used over time. And so to begin with, we just wanted to give you this something to chew on, which is that populations of animals are composed of different groups of that animal. And when we're talking about cougars, there are, for instance, resident males, territorial males that hold a territory, they live in a place, they wander the landscape. There are territorial females, so females that have a home range that they utilize over time, over their lifespan. Some of these females have kittens, some of them don't. And then this one that's sort of reappearing right there are these transients or subadult animals that have left their natal range and are wandering the landscape looking for territories to call their own. And these are all different kinds of cougars within a cougar population. And some estimates, when you use a particular kind of method to come up with an estimated abundance of cougars, only counts certain groups within the population. And so, for example, we're trying 2 different methods, and we recognize right from the start that they actually count different things. And so one of them counts all cougars, specifically the adults, these transients or subadults that are wandering around, and the kittens that are hanging out with their mothers. And then we have another method that we're trying that only counts the resident adults and the independent animals wandering the landscape, but it does not include kittens. And so when we talk about these 2 methods, we also have to come up with a way for comparing apples and oranges, because they really are counting different things. Oh, I'm going to talk a little bit more here. So traditionally, when we look at non-invasive ways of monitoring or coming up with the abundance of wildlife, especially these cryptic species, which are hard to find, hard to see in the wild, people have relied on spots and stripes. This is the best way because those spots and stripes are like fingerprints, and they give you the individual identification of a particular animal. So you can get a photograph of a tiger, you can get another photograph in another place, and you can say for sure that this is the same exact tiger. And so much of the mathematics that have been driving these abundance estimates in the past have been relying on what we call capture recapture. We see an individual and then we see it again at another point in time later during a second sampling. And that's what sort of drives the math. But with cougars, they are difficult to identify to the individual level from photographs. And that has begun to sort of create new methods, new mathematics that rely on different things that allow us to not identify an individual, but just to say it is a cougar. And can we drive mathematics that will come up with an abundance estimate? And that's the other method that we're trying, called the space to event method. And Kim's going to talk a bit more about that.
Okay, so how do you count a wide-ranging and elusive species like a cougar where you don't even have unique spots or stripes on the animal? 2 ways that we're trying. The first is genetics. So we do have a Lower Elwha Clallam tribal member, Cameron Macias, who is at the University of Idaho right now, working towards a PhD studying cougar and bobcat genetics on the landscape. And how did we get that in the first place? We used scat detection dogs to actually collect cougar and bobcat scat from the landscape. So these are dogs that have been trained specifically to identify cougar and bobcat scat. So these groups, we first worked with a group out of University of Washington called Conservation Canines. They actually had a group that split off and became rogue detection teams, which is who we have continued to work with. And these groups, they find basically unhomable, obsessive dogs in the pound, and they train these dogs to use their energy for good. And they train these dogs to find everything from bat hibernacula to scat to human trafficking subjects. And so we used dogs that were specifically trained to find cougar and bobcat scat. And we hired these teams, and one dog handler and one dog would come out onto our landscape. And then we surveyed this area in red here, the Pisht Game Management Unit on the North Peninsula, which runs basically from the Elwha River on the east to Clallam Bay on the west, and down here near Sappho in the Soldeck. And we divided the study area into 16 square kilometer cells, and each dog and each human would traverse a cell each day and then collect scat. When the dog pointed on a scat, then the dog would get rewarded with 3 minutes of tennis ball play, because remember, these are obsessed dogs. And then we would have a scat sample. Cameron then brings those scat samples back to the genetics lab and is able to get information on the species, like was the species call made correctly in the field. And then in about 50% of cases, she's actually able to make individual ID using the scat. So over the course between 2018 and 2020, we collected hundreds of scat samples across this entire landscape. And Cameron is actively working right now on actually doing something called spatially explicit capture recapture, where she can look at animals that were found, that their genetics were found multiple times, and actually come up with a population estimate for this segment of our study area, which is really cool. So we're getting that for cougars and bobcats, and then we're going to be able to compare that sample, even though it's a little bit of, as Mark pointed out, apples and oranges, because we're sampling kittens when we do the scat. But we also have a camera grid deployed with the Olympic Cougar Project, and this is actually a really incredible camera grid. For any of you who have ever potentially maintained cameras, you can look at this and think, wow, that is a lot of work. And this is a lot of work. We have about 450 cameras on the landscape right now between all of the tribes. And each of us manage anywhere from 75 to 120 cameras. We have varying numbers of citizen science volunteers that actually help us manage those cameras. And we go out and check those cameras every 2 months, and then come back and have hundreds of thousands of images. And these cameras are working to get not only cougars, but also bobcats, deer, elk, bears, and coyotes. And if you'll recall, I told you that we, as the Olympic Cougar Project, came together and found that we had common desires to work towards management and monitoring of wildlife for the next 7 generations. Cougars are a very important part of that, because they are often considered a keystone species and tell us important habitats for other wildlife. But we are also interested in other species at the tribes. We're interested in deer, we're interested in elk because of subsistence harvest, we're interested in bears and bobcats and coyotes because they are natural members of the ecosystem. And using cameras allows us to get photos of not only cougars, but also all of these other species. So it's really a nice multi-species approach. It allows us as tribal biologists to get out of helicopters and stop flying to count deer and elk in clear cuts, because that's what we have been doing. And we're really trying to get away from that and come up with a less biased estimator of populations on the ground. And we put these cameras out there, and we're pretty sure that the animals never see them. And they go about their lives. And as you can imagine, we have hundreds of thousands of images from these cameras. And we are working right now with a program called Panthera IDS, which was developed by Panthera staff in South Africa. And we are using machine learning or artificial intelligence to classify our images. This first round didn't work quite as well as we were hoping. So we are in the process of kind of continuing to retrain the classifier. But our ultimate hope is that we can run hundreds of thousands of images through this machine classifier and get the species ID. We can then, when we have our list of photos for any given year, we can then run all of our photos through a statistical model that we are working with right now called space to event modeling. And it allows us to sample a amount of time in a certain amount of space. So we measure the view shed of every camera, and we are able to know exactly how much space we're looking at. And then we run this model and for all 6 species that we're interested in. And our hope is to get a really reliable population estimate. And again, we're really in the preliminary parts of running this model and right now working on model inputs. So really only have preliminary results at this point for all species of interest. And then just briefly before Mark takes back over, we're going to talk a teeny bit about general ecology, mostly by waking you up and showing you some videos. So one part of this project, the Olympic Cougar Project, that we're not going to talk a ton about today is the radio collaring work. So we have deployed radio collars on many, many cougars on the landscape, and we are able to really look at their secret lives by putting video cameras on kill sites and dens when we do this. And so I'm just going to break up the talk a little bit right now by showing you some of the kind of video footage that we are able to get by having these radio collared cougars. We're able to see not only how the cougars behave, but so many of the other species that come in to eat off of cougar kills. So this is a cat that we called Apollo, actually the first cat that we caught on this project. And here he is working over a deer. It's a really nice behavior where we're really seeing how these cougars shear or pull the hair off of their prey items before they dig in for a meal. We also get amazing footage at dens. And so if you guys have your speakers on loud there in that room, plug your ears or turn your speakers down, because you are about to hear some very loud, very hungry cougar kittens coming when mom comes back for them. So these are quite new kittens. We locate dens with the GPS date collars and are able to actually document mothers coming in, moving their kittens about, feeding their kittens, watching their kittens interact with one another, watching their kittens grow up in these dens, use little scratching posts, and really just learn how to use these paws and these mouths and their little bodies out there on the landscape. Some of them are particularly curious. We have a set right now. We have some new video from this pair of kittens where they are actually completely have taken apart one of our cameras and are throwing it up in the air. But they were able to really document feeding behavior and interactions between cats by putting these cameras out. And now Mark's going to take back over and talk about wildlife connectivity.
So connectivity is, obviously the theme of the summit and all the folks who are invested in this topic, but it's a huge part of the Olympic Cougar Project as well. And our interest in connectivity really began right at the very beginning, where we quickly found this paper that came out in 2016. And it was a paper that looked at the genetics of Pacific Northwest cougars. And what they found was fascinating. First, that there were sort of 4 distinct groups, sort of genetically. They're all the same species. This is not subspecies or anything like that, but it does indicate that there's less connectivity between the 4 groups. So one group that's more yellow, you can see on the Olympic Peninsula that this group is not really well connected with those in blue, else they would all be the same color. And so one of the things that these researchers did is try to begin to kind of figure out why there are these differences. And the things I would emphasize are two, or really three. First, that of these four groups, the highest inbreeding coefficient was found for cougars that lived on the Olympic Peninsula. That really was related and correlated, of course, to the fact that the lowest genetic diversity in terms of heterozygosity at the allele level was also found in the Olympic cougars. And importantly, when we consider the sort of ramifications of what that means, we determined that one of the focuses of our work should be increasing connectivity between the Olympic Peninsula and those cougars in the Cascades. But to get back to what they found in that paper, or what they reported in that paper, was that one of the main sort of environmental features that facilitates connectivity among cougars is forested landscapes. And that if you wanted to increase connectivity among populations, that you need to ensure that there are corridors and that these corridors are forested, because those are the ones that are really driving connections between these different groups of cougars in the Pacific Northwest. And so that became a theme right at the start of the Olympic Cougar Project, that we wanted to ensure the long-term health of cougars on the peninsula by ensuring that they had the opportunity to exchange through immigration and emigration with cougars in the Cascades. That also gave us the justification for really beginning to mark cougars, to capture them and mark them with GPS colors, because that would be the strongest data that we could gather to help us model connectivity across the region. And so that was sort of very important at the beginning. Simultaneous with the sort of launch of our work, we became aware of a whole huge group, many of which are part of this call and part of the summit, of the Washington Wildlife Habitat Connectivity Working Group. And of course, they were long established before we even began the Olympic Cougar Project, but we became aware of all of their great work when we launched our work. And just complete synchronicity that at the time we were kind of getting going with the Olympic project, the connectivity working group was changing their focus to a Cascades to coast, sort of that part of the state. And they were inviting species experts in to help them build expert-based models based on 6 species to kind of begin to explore where there is connectivity in the landscape. And this will be a review for many of you, but I'm just going to quickly run through it because it pertains to what we're doing in our actual project now. And so Kim and I were 2 of the folks that participated as quote cougar experts, called to, sort of come up with parameters like how long will a cougar walk in a cornfield before it will turn around or die or something like that. So some crazy stuff, but it was all the information needed to generate expert-based resistant surfaces, which ultimately led to least cost paths of where corridors might be for cougars. And species experts were pulled in for 6 species, as we said, and then they were combined by the working group into sort of prioritizing different places where they wanted to say that these are the most important for wildlife connectivity in this region, and ultimately to begin to map like where they think that connectivity is still intact and where it will need additional help to be facilitated over time. Importantly, that brings us to kind of specifically what are we doing to kind of support or complement the work of the Wildlife Habitat Connectivity Working Group. And so in addition to just participating as we can in the working group as sort of active members, we're also got a couple of other activities. One of the things that Cameron's doing, and Cameron was mentioned earlier, she's the graduate student who's assessing the genetics of bobcats and cougars on the peninsula in our study system. But because we've gathered a lot more samples for the Olympics, we want to reassess or revisit this idea that the Olympic sort of population, if you will, of cougars is less diverse than those in the Cascades and other parts of the state. We just want to retest that now that we have a larger sample for the Olympics. And so that's one of the things she's going to do, is really explore this idea to see how disconnected or connected they still are with Cascade cougars. The second is that all of those maps that I just previously shown that were generated by the working group, they were for the 6 species combined. But we can also look at those maps for one species at a time. And of course, we were particularly interested in those maps generated for cougars. And so together with Glenn at the Department of Transportation, we took 30 of those corridors or least cost path corridors that were identified by the model for cougar, and we're actually testing whether cougars are using them. And so in 30 of these corridors, you can see them in different colors here, connecting the black as the core areas for cougars identified by the model or the experts that drove the model. And then these are the least costs, and we put 4 cameras in each of 30 different corridors, representing 3 levels of traffic intensity from sort of low, medium to high. And we want to see whether cougars are in fact using these corridors. They were deployed beginning at the end of last summer, and they took quite a while to get them all out. So I think we'll have a full year for all our cameras sort of late fall or maybe mid-fall of this year. And Glenn and his team have really been running the actual grid since it's been deployed. And I haven't heard an update too recently. Maybe Glenn will chime in, but I think it was as soon as 3 months into their deployment that something like 25% of the cameras had already detected cougars, which was actually completely surprising and amazing to me. So pretty cool stuff. The other thing we're doing is we're doing some of our own modeling as well that could complement the work of the working group. And that's where I'll go here. You can see here we have lots of GPS data. This is a particular young male that sort of swam 2 sections of water, swam 1.1 kilometers out to the Squaxin Island as well. And so we're targeting our captures of subadult animals before they leave their mother. And then we're documenting their dispersal. And dispersing cats, of course, are those that are most interesting for those of if our interest is indeed connectivity, because they're the cats that are going to do unpredictable things and move across large landscapes to see where they might end up. And so the work that I'll describe now is actually going to be run or led by a graduate student. He's in the corner here. He's the younger of the 2 gentlemen. That's Reed Barbie. He's a current field technician with Panthera on the Olympic project, and he's going to begin work this fall at the University of Montana, and he'll be working under Hugh Robinson, who's a Panthera staff as well as a professor at the University of Montana. And sort of his master's thesis will be comparing 2 additional methods of modeling cougar corridors across I-5, Highway 12, 8, sort of the key main corridors or sort of fractured landscapes of the Southern Peninsula to the Cascadia. And we're going to compare 2 things, one being one that's based on occupancy models or our camera data, our huge camera grid, which Kim talked about. And you see this being used all the time, that people will take occupancy data and they sort of grind it into a probability surface, and then they connect the most probable cells where these animals should be to create corridors. And no one's really tested whether they are, if indeed that's an appropriate approach. And so what's interesting about our work is we have all this camera data and we have GPS data as well from cats wearing GPS collars. And that approach is typically a step selection function these days, where you can start to model movement and then again create these sort of corridor maps based on the GPS data rather than the camera data. And so we're going to use both approaches. Reed's going to sort of lead these analyses, use them both, and we'll have both of them to compare with our expert-based model derived by the Wildlife Connectivity Working Group as well. So we'll have 3 distinct methods, 3 distinct outputs on where cougars should cross I-5, for instance, and we'll be able to sort of gain some insights into which is the best method, the most accurate or precise, and et cetera, et cetera. So that's something that we should have in hand, I'd say about 2 years from now, is that work will be completed. Just gonna go once more. The other thing, again, I emphasize that we've been really targeting these young animals while they're still with their mother. To date, we have caught 30 1-year-olds and tracked their sort of dispersal from their natal areas. We expect we'll probably have about 45 by the time we're done, and we are planning to collar for about 1 more year. So far, including some historic data held by the Macaw and the Skokomish, and even the Quinault had some as well. I think we're at about 100 cougars total have contributed GPS data to our data set. So we have this massive data set that we'll be able to use to model habitat use, connectivity, as well as sort of step selection, like to see how they would move through a landscape, to see how they would do these things. But the other cool thing about dispersers is that it's not just data that we can use to model connectivity. We can actually use the dispersers to test functional connectivity. So we can say, this is where our models predict they'll move, and then we can actually look at where dispersers really move. And so this map here, it's a little blurry, but the colors are human density, red being the densest areas of people, orange being the next dense, then yellow, and then green being the least dense. And then the major highways are little lines. And I'm just going to hit this video, and this is one dispersing male. So you can see him moving up here. He's this yellow color. And it's amazing to watch them move, because you see them use the open landscapes and how they run into people and human infrastructure and get rebounded. So this cat, kind of moving towards the I-5 corridor, rebuffed by these areas where there are people. And the story is, quite clear on its own. So this cat, never did cross I-5. He certainly approached it on a number of occasions. He made a movement that was almost identical to another sub-adult male caught in almost the exact same area 1 year previous, or no, 2 years previous. Both males ended up being harvested legally by hunters before they found territories of their own, and neither of them left the peninsula. But that's sort of the strongest evidence that these cats do seem to be isolated, that no cat has yet to cross I-5 successfully and integrate into the Cascade population where they would ensure a genetic exchange. We're also using this data just to kind of talk more about general ecology, to explore all sorts of other things, like which cats are being exposed to risk of interactions with people, which cats are committing depredation of pets and livestock, which cats are ending up being seen by people and reported to the state. And so we can look at the difference between males and females, resident males and young males that are dispersing, young females that are dispersing, and resident females. And that just brings us to the last few slides. And I thought we'd just touch on this idea of healthy human wildlife communities, which is so important to the tribes as well as Panthera. And we would emphasize that we recognize that these ecosystems are truly integrated, that humans are part of these systems, whether they're harvesting food, utilizing the ecosystem just for recreation and enjoyment, but we are all completely dependent upon them for healthy ecosystems to be healthy human communities. And so with that, I'll just leave you with a few thoughts. One is that cougars are particularly well suited to this kind of work. They interact with a huge number of other flora and fauna in the communities in which they live. In a recent review that we did with Defenders of Wildlife, we found there was scientific evidence that cougars interact with 485 different kinds of plants and animals, which is pretty amazing, and had 543 different kinds of relationships with all of them. And that included humans. And all of these interactions, of course, benefit humans and their communities. And again, just to leave you with these thoughts about cougars, that healthy ecosystems, connected landscapes are indeed healthier with the presence of cougars, and that just leads to healthier human communities. My last thought is this: our dispersal data, all of this cat data is a fantastic resource for also assessing where, why, which animals are having negative interactions with people. The leading cause of death for cougars in our study to date by far is depredation removal by the state. That is very different than most of the West, where legal hunting is the main cause of death. Legal hunting is in fact quite it's not much of an issue for Olympic cougars so far, but depredation is a real cause of mortality. It's the leading cause of mortality. And that just emphasizes that we need to do a better job of living with them. With that, we thank numerous people listed here and probably many others that we haven't listed. We rely on access to lands owned by so many people, permitted by so many people, veterinary support from a number of incredibly knowledgeable veterinarians who help us through all sorts of stuff, knowledgeable and experienced hound handlers to help us capture cougars and mark them with GPS collars, and of course the members of our team who are wonderful people and huge resources. Kim, do you have anything to add?
That's it, I think. Thanks so much for being here and listening to us.
Yeah, and if you have questions, we're happy to try to answer them. I saw them clapping.
Hey, Mark, I got a quick question. This is Glenn. Earlier in the presentation, you showed those really cool artistic renditions of a cougar and a deer, I think. Where are those from? I've never seen a cougar version like that.
Most of the drawings I've done myself.
Oh, wow. That's cool. Can you share those with me one of these days? I just like to look at it.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Mark, this is Fraser. I have a question. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Oh, great. Okay. Actually, it could be for either of you. Mark, you probably know Winston Vickers and his work in Southern California and other parts of California, and on mountain lions and cougars. And he's noticed something and shared with me recently. We have a joint project together on cougars in Southern California. He said there's a couple of important things. One is that the primary source of mortality, anthropogenic mortality in that area is vehicles, maybe not surprisingly. And the the genetic source of the animals that are dying is actually Mexico and Arizona. So it's this weird thing where mountain lions are able to migrate into Southern California and occupy on areas without territorial males in them, and then they die there. So they kind of move there to die. And it's really speaks to the combined importance of not just connectivity, but also the mortality effects. And you brought that up a little bit with the depredation permits or a depredation program. California has that as well. And I think it's worth emphasizing that. And I was wondering, for your work in Western Washington, how much of that genetic isolation that you were saying is taking place in the Olympics, do you think is that due to reduction in the number of individuals relative to their disconnect from other populations?
That's a great question. I mean, it reminds me of a conversation we had with Patty Happy when we were getting going, and Patty is the head of the wildlife program for the Olympic National Park, and she was just sharing her sort of a historical perspective of the area, and she talked about the intensity of hound hunting back when she began work at the park, and how that the sort of middle of the peninsula had become an island, and that there were no cats in any of the lowlands anywhere around the park itself until greater protection was given to the species. And of course, the landscapes changed, and well, many things have changed in recent sort of 20 years, we'll say. But the reason I bring that up is that I think historically we may be seeing the artifact of the fact there were less cats on the peninsula at one point in time. Today, I don't think that's an issue. I mean, there's plenty of cats, and by plenty of cats, I just mean that I believe that there's an abundant population. They do not appear to be limited by, certainly by hunting, but they may be depredation, removal. We haven't done any sort of formalist analyses to see whether that would be at a level high enough to limit the number of cats on the landscape. That would have to be pretty high to do so, but maybe it's true. But it does sort of speak to this idea that there's a historical issue, that there was a reduction in the number of cats in the peninsula to the point where that probably created the bottleneck in genetics that may be what we're seeing in comparing it to other parts of the state. And now what we're seeing is that isolation is being maintained by the severed corridor, the fractured landscape across the I-5 corridor, which is getting to what the geneticists were pointing out in the 2016 paper, that there's no longer a forested place of contact from the Cascades to the Olympics, and what forest is remaining is so little and so urgently needs to be protected to ensure that we could at least begin to mitigate issues of connectivity and perhaps build a bridge or an underpass that is sufficient in size and scope to allow, once in a while a cat to cross I-5 successfully and mingle with cats on the other side, and vice versa, that a Cascades cat could reach the peninsula and interbreed and begin to share genetics with the cats that live here. So I don't know if that long ramble answered your question, but it is different than Southern California. I think what we're trying to avoid here on the peninsula is becoming like Southern California.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I would just say, don't let parcel subdivision occur, and you can stop all of us Californians from coming there. I want to make a brief pitch for Mark's tracking book. He doesn't pitch it enough. It's an excellent animal tracks and scat book for California. I don't know if you've done one for North America, but I imagine people could use that book also for Washington. Anyway, thanks, Mark.
Thank you. Seems like we're free.
All right, there was one more question. If you guys can hang out for a minute or two more. So this is Paula Swedin from Conservation Northwest, and I was noting in the last part of your presentation, you were talking about some of the other data analyses that you could do, including the sort of demographic identity of animals that are getting into depredation issues. So I was wondering if you were going to be specifically using that data to test the hypotheses that have been out there for a while that that population structure may have an effect on depredation rates and what kinds of cats get into trouble. And that's a conversation that seems to be that comes up in front of the commission and their hunting policies quite often.
We will definitely have data that can help shed some light on what demographic groups are involved in depredation on the peninsula. We won't have the comparison data to say that, the sort of population structure on the peninsula correlates with this depredation rate, for instance, and a different population with different demographic parameters would have a different depredation rate, which would, I think, be better for what you're asking. But certainly we'll be able to say on the peninsula which cats or what kinds of cats are more likely to be in conflict with people. I think what we'll be doing that is, I think, going to be beneficial is we'll be looking at risk taking in the sense that cats are making decisions, right, as they move on a landscape, and especially these dispersers. And when do they decide to go into someone's backyard or to engage with sheep or goats that they encounter in their wanders, and when do they decide to avoid them? And that kind of decision making, which is sort of an agent-based approach, and through these step selection stuff, that's what I'm most excited about kind of contributing in terms of analyses, because I think it'll help us determine why some cats are getting into trouble, or why certain areas are creating these sort of hot spots of conflict for cats, because it's not necessarily the cat that's driving these things. We have, actual properties that are removing multiple cats per year on the peninsula. And, why is that house a problem or that landowner? And so really starting to look at that fine scale interaction between people and cats that will hopefully lead us to be able to develop some strategies to reduce that conflict.
Cool, thank you. That's helpful.
Anyone else? Well, thank you, Mark. Thank you, Kim. I really appreciate that presentation. So we will be here again tomorrow from 9 to noon. I'll be sending a link out for that tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be really focused on I-5. We're going to be looking at research. We're going to have WashDOT talking. We're going to be looking at some of my thesis research. We're going to watch another video about my program. And yeah, I think it's just going to be a way to wrap this up. I had a really great time today. I learned so much information. I'm just so thankful everyone came. And hopefully this starts a conversation where we're not talking about, fragmented landscapes, but we're talking about connected landscapes, and we're talking about healthy populations and happy humans. So with that, I will let everyone get to their evening. Look for a link for me tonight. Oh. Yeah, we can do an overview. Do you got the schedule, Jeff?
Yeah. Where is this? I don't have the schedule. Oh, there it is. So. Hot mic. Okay.
Well, I think Glenn, Brian did cover most of what we're going to be talking about tomorrow, which will be focused on, as he mentioned, primarily I-5 and the opportunities to look at connecting across the Cascade, connecting across I-5 from the Cascades to the Coast Range. And so excited about having that conversation tomorrow. We look forward to tomorrow to have much broader discussion around what can be happening on the ground, resources and need. So feel free as you take this evening to think through what those could look like, the partnerships that we could create to help make what I talked about this morning, to make that science, the modeling, and bringing it to the ground. So how to make this a reality, both between humans and making that something that we can bring to the landscape, that connectivity to the landscape. So that's really what it's going to be focused on tomorrow. And I know that Conservation Northwest has been in this landscape for quite some time. So they're going to be talking about their program and what they've been doing over the course of the last, gosh, how long have you been doing this work here? 5 years. So, and next stages of that, which is really where we're going to touch on, as Brian mentioned, Glenn's work on I-5. I had alluded to the grant that's going in on the southern linkages, so he'll be touching on that tomorrow. And Brian's going to be touching on all of that work that he's been doing, his thesis study centered around that. So tomorrow will be a great opportunity to have the discussion around the needs, the opportunities, and what's to come in the next as we move this conversation forward. So really looking forward to having you all join us tomorrow virtually, and those who can make it in person as well. So